In this video, I'll show you how to build this full stack Facebook clone, and at the end we'll deploy it on the internet so you can share it with your friends. You'll be able to log in with your Google account and your information will be displayed in the header, so right here, in the stories, so you'll have a custom story, and in the sidebar with your profile picture and your username. You can like the post, so like and unlike. You can comment. I'll write my second comment. I'll post this, and the number of the likes and the comments, it's updated live. So you can see here the number of the likes, comments, and the timestamp of the post. So let's add a post. I'm gonna add the caption first. My new thumbnail. I'll add a picture. We can preview the picture and delete the picture if you want. I'll choose a different one. And now let's post this. This is loading. It's uploading to Firebase. Now again, we have the same functionality, so we can add a comment and post it. This is mobile responsive as well, so let's check this out on mobile. I'll go to inspect on mobile. And let's check this out on Samsung S20. As you can see, this looks perfect on mobile as well. Let's go back to the desktop version. Now let's try to log in to our Google account. I'll delete this. I'll click on login. As you can see, we have this SignIn page. And now let's choose an account. I'll go with the first one, and will be redirected to the main page. And now you can see that we get a story with our profile picture and a lot of more stuff. For the front end of this project, we'll use React and Next.js as well as Tailwind CSS to style the page. If you've never used Next.js and Tailwind, I'm gonna teach you how to in this video. Now for the backend, we're gonna use Firebase to store the users and the images, as well as Next.Auth to authenticate to Google. I think this project is very exciting, so let's start by opening VS Code. Okay, so quick talk before we start. If you ever get stuck or need help with the projects, you can book a study session with me on Fiverr, link in the description. Otherwise, you can join my Discord, where you can find a community of people just like you. Okay, back to coding. Okay, so here we are in VS Code. The first thing I'm gonna do is install Tailwind CSS with Next.js at the same time. So if you search on Google, install Tailwind CSS with Next.js, this should be the first result. I'm gonna copy the first line of code and I'm gonna paste it inside our project. But instead of my project, I'm gonna say Facebook. Enter. Let's wait for this to install. Okay, now next thing to do is to say cd into our project. So let's say cd Facebook. Now let's install this Tailwind CSS. I'm gonna paste it inside here, enter, and let's wait for this to install. Okay, now let's copy the next line of code and paste it in our project. Now after this is installed, let's copy this paragraph and we'll paste it inside tailwind.config.js. Okay, so here we have the Facebook folder. So this is the Next.js folder structure. So inside tailwind.config, we're gonna paste this tailwind config and save. The next thing to do is copy this paragraph and let's go to styles. And as you can see here, it's global.css. So we have to paste this inside global.css at the top. Paste and save. Now the last step is to copy this npm run dev and paste it in our terminal. Our server just started on port 3000. So let's go to localhost 3000. As you can see, we have this Next.js project. Now if we go to pages and index.js, here we have the site. So the first thing to do is to clean this code. So I'm gonna delete everything except our header down to the footer. So just to here and save. Now we only have the header. Let me make this smaller. Now we only have the header and the styling of the header. Let's try and see if our Tailwind works. So I'm gonna say hi and save. Now we're gonna use some Tailwind classes. So I'm gonna say background of red 200 and save. The next thing to do is to delete this styling of the page. Okay, so as you can see, our tailing is working, everything is working for now. So we're gonna start by creating the layout of our website. Let's save this and let's create the layout now. I'm gonna comment this, and first we're gonna have the header, so header, and then we're gonna have the feed. Now the feed is gonna be not fed, feed, and the feed is gonna have three parts: the left side, the both side, and the right side. Okay, but first let's start with the header. So I'm gonna create a header component, and inside Facebook let's create a folder with components. Inside components let's create a file, a component called header.js, and let's get the boilerplate. So I'm gonna say RFC. If you want this boilerplate, it's coming from this extension, ES7 React Redux. Just install this. Let me delete this file now. Okay, save. And inside header, if we save, we're gonna go to files, index, and let's import header into the website. Save this. Let me close this. And now let's go to header and configure the header. Now we're gonna have three parts. So the left side, then the middle part. So I'm gonna say middle, and then we're gonna have the right side. Let's save this. And the first thing we're gonna do is to add the logo for Facebook and then the input, so search on Facebook. Now to use the logo of the Facebook, we are gonna need for this project, and not just for the Facebook logo, but for all the images. I'm gonna create an assets folder, assets, and inside these assets I'm gonna paste all the images of the project. If you want the images, you can just go to my GitHub and download them. You're gonna find the link in the description. Let's paste this inside assets, and these are all the images. There are some images that we're not going to use, but I did not delete them, so they're not too big anyway. So for the left side, I'm gonna need to import the Facebook logo. Import Facebook from /assets and /Facebook 1.png. Save. And now in the left side, let's create a div and import the image. I'm gonna create another div for the image. So this is the next component. So image from next/image. Save this, and let's give it a source of Facebook. Save. Let's say a width of 10 and the height of 10. I've added this div for the image because it's way easier to style the image. Let's try with 12 maybe. That's a little bit too large, so I'm gonna leave it at 10. Save this like it is, and let's add the input as well. Save. Let's give it a placeholder. I'm gonna say search Facebook. Now let's let's put them in line. I'm gonna say flex. To this input I'm gonna create a class name, and this should have a margin left of 2. Now we can delete this outline as well. So let's say outline 0. If you hover over the text, you get the style of the CSS. So if you want the styling of the CSS to show up as well, you're gonna go to the extensions and install this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension. Now let's see. We have this have the input and the Facebook. Now what we want to do is to add some margin to the left. So I'm gonna say margin left of, but not to the left side, but to the whole header. I'm gonna say class name, and we want a padding all around of 3, maybe 4. Okay, looks good. Let's give the input a color, and let's put the input inside a div. Save, and let's get this margin left and put it to the class name, of the div. Save. Here I'm gonna say items center, so we have these two at the same line. Now let's give some I'm gonna say a background color. I'm gonna say a background color of hashtag F2, F3, F7, and save. I'm gonna give some padding to this input, so padding of 1 maybe, or 2. Okay. I'm gonna say rounded full, and let's give some padding to the left as well of maybe 2, 3, 4. Okay, looks good. Now we are done with this left side. Now let's go to the middle part. So inside the middle part I'm gonna create a div, and inside this div we are gonna have the icons from Facebook. So let's to install the icons, we are gonna go to React Icons. React Icons, it's a very popular library where we can get some cool looking icons. Okay, so if you go to their first page, let's install React Icons. Copy this, and inside the terminal I'm gonna split the terminal. I'm gonna say cd Facebook, and let's install the React Icons. Let me show you how this React Icons works. So let's search for example for home, and we have all these home logos. I already have all the logos, so all the icons for this header that we need. I'm just gonna paste them inside here. You can just copy this from my GitHub repository, or you can just type them manually. So now let's close React Icons, and here we're gonna use first the home icon. Let's go to the files as well. Okay, so let's create a component with md home, and this is how simple it is to use React Icons. Let's save, and here we have the icon. Let me zoom in. This is the home icon. It's an SVG. So the next one is gonna be the flag, so let's import the flag as well. Let's save this. The next is gonna be the play button. Save. The next is gonna be the shopping cart, so BS cart 3. gonna paste it here. The next one is gonna be the group icons. So gr group probably. Save, and let's delete these two. Save. Let's say flex, so they're in line. I'm gonna say flex at the top as well. I'm gonna say item center. Save, and now let's say justify between. Save. Let's give some class name to the icons. So I'm gonna say width of maybe 8 and height of 8 as well. I think let's try with 9. Save, and now it looks better. So I'm gonna copy this class name and paste it to each icon. Save. Okay, now for the rest, I think 8 is enough. So I'm gonna say Control D. I'm gonna say 8. Save this. And they are still a little bit too big. So I'm gonna say probably 7. Control D. Let's try with 7. Okay, now I'm gonna say items center. Okay, now they look equal now. So I'm gonna give some space on the x-axis of 4. If you want to see the styling of this space x, it's just a trick for Tailwind that we get 1 rem distance between each child. So we get on the x-axis this nice spacing. Now I think we're done. So we have the all 5. Maybe let's give some more spacing. So I'm gonna say spacing 6, spacing 7. Yeah, 7 looks okay. Now we're gonna create the right side as well. So let me make this bigger. So for the right side, I'm gonna create a div, and inside this div we're gonna have 4 icons. So the first one is gonna be the group of apps. Let's create a component and the component and save. As you can see, we have this one. So I'm gonna copy the class name and give it to the group of apps. The next one is gonna be the bell. So fa bell. Let's copy this, paste it. We have the bell as well. The next one is gonna be the message, AI outline message. Save, and now let's say flex. Some spacing between them, so space x of 4 maybe. Let's say 5 or 6. Okay, 6 will work. Yeah, now let's add the user image. So to add the user image, we're gonna need to import user from assets and slash, let's see what's the image. So let me find it. These images we're gonna use for the stories. So I think, which one is it? Okay, so guy 7. So inside header, I'm gonna say guy7 dot jpeg. Save, and let's wait for it to, oh, actually we have to import it first. So after this we are gonna have a div for the image component, and inside I'm gonna say source and the guy or user. Save, we have this thing. So let's give it a class name of not here but here. I'm gonna say a width of, let's say 10, and a height of 10 as well. Let's check this out. Looks okay. Now let's say class name of rounded full. So we have the rounded full. Save. This is border radius of the circle, and let's say items center as well. So we have the items centered. Now this header looks all right. The single thing I want to do is to add probably some more margin, but I'm gonna do this later. Now let's give this some border. So at the top I'm gonna say border bottom and save. Now we have this nice border. The next thing to do is to make this usable on the phone as well. So I'm gonna click inspect, and then for example for the Samsung Galaxy S20 Ultra we can see there are too many things at the top that we can't use them all. So to get around this, we are gonna hide some elements when we are on the phone size. So I'm gonna hide this search input. So for the input, first I'm gonna explain you the Tailwind media queries. So if you search Tailwind media queries on Google, you're gonna get this custom screens. So for example, small it's after 640 pixels, medium 768, and so on. Now we're gonna say when this is on mobile, we don't want the input to show up, but when we get to the 640 pixels, we want the input to show up. So for example, x640, I'm gonna show you. Let me type this here, 640. This is the 640. So here we want the input to show up, but when we go a little bit smaller, we want it to be hidden. So I'm gonna say hidden on mobile, because that's the default, because we are first creating the app for mobile and then for the desktop. So for default it's hidden, and then when we go to the small sizes, we want it to be a block. Save. Now if you go to 640, as you can see, the input just appeared. Okay, let's do the same thing for these three icons as well. Yeah, I think we should delete them all. So on the right side, I'm gonna create a div and add the three icons inside the div. Save. Let's delete this white space, and I'm gonna give the flex to this div as well, and spacing 6 I'm gonna give it to this div as well. Save. And when we go, let's add, so I'm gonna say hidden on the mobile, the same thing as before. And then on the small screen sizes, we want this to be flex. Save this, and now on the small it will appear, but it's too much content for small as well, so I'm gonna say on medium. So medium, it's from, let's check, medium is from 768 pixel and bigger. So here as you can see, we get them as well, but when this is getting a lot smaller, it disappears. Okay, we can give some margin to the left. So let's say margin left of 2 maybe. Say 4. And let's give this input some margin to the right as well. Not here, but here. Okay, now looks a little bit better. So let's check this on mobile again, so we'll be sure that everything works. So on Samsung S20 we have this nice looking navbar, and then if I go to responsive, everything looks all right. Okay, I think we're done with this header. Maybe the single thing we can add, it's when we are on this screen size, to add some more margin. So to do it, I'm gonna say, let's check the screen sizes. So after LG, I'm gonna say after LG I want the margin on the x-axis, so not margin but padding on the x-axis, to be maybe 8. Okay, let's try with 10. Yeah, looks way better. Now I think we're done with this header, so let's go to the next step. So for the next step we are going to go to the index. So inside index we have this feed component. So let's create a feed component and save. I'm going to go to components, say feed.js, rfc, and save. In the index I'm going to import the feed.js. Okay, I don't get a suggestion, so I have to import it manually. And save. Feed, not header. Feed. Okay, so we have the feed component now. Let me make this smaller. Okay. Now let's go into the feed and let's create the layout of the feed. As I've said earlier, we are going to need 3 things: the left sidebar, the feed, so the stories and the post, and then on the right side we are gonna need the right side. So let's create first the left side. Save. Left side bar, not left side. Let's create the story, so stories. Then we're gonna have the new post, create post, not new post. Then we're gonna have the posts, and on the right we're gonna have the right sidebar. And save. First we're gonna start with the left sidebar. So let's create this component, left sidebar. Let's go to components, left sidebar.js, rfc, save, rfce, save. Now in index, go to the feed, let's import the sidebar. You can just click here and just a control and space, and you'll get the suggestions as well. Now for the left sidebar, I'm gonna create a div, and inside this div we're gonna have some logos, some icons. So I copy them, I'll just paste them inside here. I have only one image, and then the rest are icons. So we have the guy, and then these are the icons from React icons. We're gonna start with the home icon. So I'm gonna copy the home, I'm gonna paste it here, save, and we have the home button. Now I'll add the user, so I'm gonna create a div. I'll have the image of the guy, so I'm gonna create an image component with a source of guy. Let's import the image from next/image and save. I'm gonna say width of 10 and height of 10. To this home I'm gonna say width of a class name first, width 10, height 10 probably. Let's check. That's a little bit too much, so I'm gonna say 9. Save, and that looks alright. Now the next thing to do is to add some border, but first let's say class name and rounded full. Save this. Let's add some border underneath this. So I'm gonna create a div with a border on the bottom only. Save. And now let's give some width. I'm gonna give this left sidebar a width, so I'm gonna say width of 10 rem maybe, and save. That should be enough. Now we have to give some margin to the left as well. So to do this, I'm gonna copy this width and I'm gonna give it to this div. Save, and now we can say a padding of maybe 3, maybe 4. And if I delete this, yeah, let me say padding to the top of 4, and we want a padding on the left of maybe 6. Maybe let's try it 8, 7 should do. Now let's give some margin to the top as well. So to this image, margin top of 4. Now we want this to have a margin on the eye, so vertically of 4. So at the top and at the bottom we want for 1 rem, 16 pixels. Then after the navbar, we're gonna create we're gonna get the watch TV. So where is the desktop? So outline desktop. Let's actually get this one, copy it, paste and save. The next one should be the friends. So let's try this one, save, and it's the good one. Then after the friends should be the groups. So the group is this one, save. The next one should be the marketplace, so the cart. And the last one, not actually it's not the last one, so the events. Save this. We need 2 more. So this one should be the memories. So the memories is the circle, the clock. And the last one, it's the arrow down. paste. And now let's modify the width of these images. Let's try with 8. Okay, now the calendar should be a little bit smaller, so I'm gonna say 7. The watch should be 7 as well, so they are equal in size. Now 8 should do. Okay, let's say here flex. I'm gonna say flex col, so flex column, and I'm gonna say space on the y-axis of 4 and save. Now 4 looks good. Maybe let's try with 6, but not here. I'm gonna give it to this div. No, I'm gonna create a div. I'm gonna put all the images inside this div. I'm gonna say space y of 6. Now it looks pretty good. So now we're gonna have to say for each icon what's the name of the icon. So for this we should create a div and include the icon inside. Save. Now let's add a paragraph. This is gonna be the home. I'm gonna say flex here, item center. Let's say text semi-bold, not text but font semi-bold. Let's try it bold. Okay, let's give some margin to the left on this p tag. I'm gonna say margin left of 2. Yeah. Now let's do the same thing for the image. Should be class name, not class name but font semi-bold. Flex. Okay, well, we have to add the paragraph outside of this div, and then let me delete this thing, and then we should create another div and put the image and the paragraph inside this div. Save. Now we can say flex now, so flex item center. Let's margin top of 4. Let me delete this. Okay, so now we can say margin top here, margin top of 4. Font semi-bold, actually it's bold. Now let's copy this and do the same thing with these icons. So I'm gonna create a div, put the icon inside it, and create a paragraph. Actually, I'll get this one, this paragraph, and paste it here. Save. You should say flex. Okay, I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste the name of the icon. Control C. I'll delete this one. I'm gonna do the same thing for each one. Copy groups and delete the groups. Copy this one. We could have avoided this, but I guess it's not that big of a problem. We're almost done. We have only 2 more, so I'm gonna copy this, delete this, Now let's do the same thing for the next one. Copy, paste, delete this one, and for the last one, this was a little bit annoying, but that's it. And save. Now let's rename this. So first one, it's the home. So this one should be the home. Now the next one, it's log in. Let's save this. The next one should be watch. The next one should be friends, then groups, friends, groups, marketplace and events. So marketplace, then events, and after this memories and see more. Let's save this. Now we don't actually need a font bold on the see more. And what we have to add, it's items center as well. Okay, so I'm gonna add item center to each div. So the icons will be centered. Let's save this, and they are centered. We can do the same thing here. We already done it. Item center. Okay, everything looks good. Now on the mobile devices, we don't want this to show up, this left sidebar. So when we're on the phone, we don't want this to show up. We can check how large it is. So if we say background green 300, we can see how large it is. We don't want it at all. So to fix this, we are gonna say that on mobile we want it to be hidden, and then on the small screen sizes, let's say block. So if I go to responsive, as you can see on mobile it's not appearing, and now on the small sizing it's appearing. Okay, so we are done with the left side. So the next thing to do is to create the feed. So let's go to the feed. I'll close this, close the left sidebar, and now inside feed I'm gonna create the stories component. Inside components I'm gonna create stories.js, rfce, save. Let's go and import these stories, and as you can see we have it right here. To have them in line, I'm gonna say class name of flex. All right, now let's go inside stories and create the actual stories. For the stories, we are gonna use some images from the assets folder. I already have this copied, so I'm gonna paste it here. Again, you can copy this from my GitHub repo, or you can just type it manually. I chose to paste them because it's too much to type manually. Okay, so now let's use the images to create the story. We're gonna create an array, so I'm gonna say const called stories equals, and I'm gonna have an empty array for now. Let me delete this. I'm gonna have this empty array for now, but inside this div I am going to map through each story and have a div for each story. So let's start by creating the div. Okay, this is gonna have inside a hi. Okay, so I'm gonna say semicolon, and then stories.map, and for each story I'm going to have this div that says hi. Save. And now let's create let's put some object. Each object is gonna be each story. So for each story is gonna have profile picture and the background picture. So two things. The first one is gonna be the Mike Tyson story. So I'm gonna say profile of Mike profile. This again is the name of the picture, and then the background, and it's gonna be Mike. Save this, add a comma, and then let's double this. Let's duplicate this, not like that. I'll put this on a single line, and now I'm gonna duplicate it, and inside instead of Mike, I'm gonna say Mr. Beast, and this one is gonna be Mr. Beast background. The next one is going to be the Kobe. So Kobe background, and the background is gonna be Kobe, and that's it. The next one is gonna be Arnold. So Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the background Arnold background. Let's save this, and as you can see we have a hi for each story, okay? But we don't want the hi to show up. We want actually a picture, the picture and the profile the background and the profile picture to show up. But first let's add we did not add the rock, okay? So let's add the rock as well. So I'm gonna create a profile for the rock as well. So the rock 20 and the rock simple. Save this. Now to add the pictures, I'm gonna create first an image. So an image from Next.js. Make sure you import the image from Next image, and let's say source is going to be story dot profile, no, background. Let's save this. As you can see we have the background image for each story. Now for the rock, I think we should reverse this. So the rock is gonna be here, and this picture is gonna be in this side. Save this. Okay, so now we have the images correctly displayed. Let's give this some sizing. So first I'm gonna create a div and put this image inside the div. Save. And let's say that a single story is gonna have a width of maybe 20. Okay, maybe let's try with 24. Okay, and a height of 20. Let's try a little bit more, so I'm gonna say 30. Okay, now next thing to do is to add the say flex first. So I'm gonna say flex in this div. So class name flex, and this image to occupy the whole div. For this to happen, I am going to say, I'm going to give this a class name of object cover, and save. This is object fit cover, and let's say flex here and flex here as well, and save. I think let me do this one. Okay, I think the object cover should work here as well. Let's save this. Actually, let's see what's the problem. I'm gonna say background red 300. Okay, so the height of 30. Okay, well, we should give this height here. So, oh, it was because 30, it's not a Tailwind size. So if you hover over it, you see you don't get any CSS because Tailwind operates in multiples of 4. So not 30, but 32. So 4, 8, 12, 16, and so on. So 32. Okay, now we can say flex. Now we can say flex. Actually, let's leave flex here, and the class name is for this image. Let's copy this, and the flex is for this div. Save it, and object cover flex. What's the problem? Okay, now it works. Now we can give some spaces, so some space on the x-axis of 4. We can give some padding all around, so padding of maybe 4. Let's add some rounded to the images, so I'm gonna say right here rounded full, and we have to give this rounded full to the image as well, but not full. Let's try with 1 rem. 1 rem. Let me copy this, save. Okay, so now it looks way better. Let's give this a 40, a height of 40. Okay, so 40 looks way better. Now let's check it on mobile as well. So if we hit inspect S20 Ultra, we get the images. So as you can see, this is too much for the mobile. So for the mobile, we're gonna say on the small we want these sizing, so I'm gonna say small and small. So it's gonna be 24 and 40 on the small. So if I go to responsive at 640, let's go to 640. As you can see, we get this sizing. So 24 and 32, it's on the small, but on the mobile, so on S20, let's configure the sizing. So where is it? Here. The normal width should be 12, I think. Let's try 12 and 20. That's too small, so let's try 16 and 20, 16 and 32, and 32. Save. Now this looks better. I think a little bit more should work. So I'm gonna say here only 2. We want a spacing only of 2, and we want a width of 18. Width 18, height 32. Okay, that's too much. Let's keep 16. And if we hover over this, it's 4 rem. So let's to add we want a different size. So to add a custom size that is not in Tailwind sizing, we can just add some braces and type inside them the size. I'm gonna say, let's say 4.5 rem. Okay, that should be enough. Now if we go to responsive before 640, so here 639, we can see this is mobile still, but the stories are not centered. So how do we center the stories? Now the thing is, on the mobile we want this to have the width of the screen So I'm gonna say width of screen. Okay. And on the small we want it to be width of full. Save this. As you can see, if we delete this, oops, my bad. If we delete this and we keep the width of the screen, okay, never mind. So on the mobile we have the width of the screen. Okay, so now that we have this, we can say for the stories margin on the x-axis of auto. So now we have this centered, but it's not working well because it's we should delete this margin x auto from here, and we have to create another div and put everything inside this div. Save. Now let's transfer the width screen to this div. Save. And now here, if we add the margin x of auto, now should be centered. Let's save. Let's copy this as well here. Now let's check what's the problem. I'm gonna say background of, I'm gonna say background of red 300. Okay, so the width, it's the good width. Let's inspect. Let's inspect what's the problem. So there are the images. This is a width. Oh, it's because the width of this component, it's screen, it's the full screen, but we have to give this a width of full as well. So I'm gonna say width full. Save. But it's not centered yet because we have to give a certain sizing for this, because it's, for now it's centered because it's full. So I'm gonna say in this div, probably, yeah, here, I'm gonna say max width of 25 rem. Let's save this, and as you can see, we have them centered. Now let's try with 24. Let's try with 25 again. Yeah, 25 should do. Let's see it on S20. Okay, so this should work on S20. Okay. Now, if you look at this, we can see, if we inspect this, header, as you can see, we have this margin, this extra margin on the right. It's because if we inspect this header, and if we go here, you can see where the green ends. So right here is gonna green ends, but the image flows outside the header. So let's fix this, because when we've done the header, we did not observe this. As you can see, the border, it's ending right here, and then it flows outside the box. So let's fix this by going to the right side, and instead of margin left of 4, let's try with 2. Let's try with 0, and now the margin looks good. Let's check. I feel like, yeah, we have here, we need some more margin to the right. So let's see, how do we fix this? So if we go here, we can see that Facebook has too much margin on the right. Yeah, so let's go to Facebook on the left, and margin right of 4, let's say 2. Okay, now it looks even. So now that the header is fixed, let's close the header and go back to our stories. Next thing to do is to add the small stories, but first let me try to make the stories a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna say width of 4.6 and space x of, let's try 1. Okay, they look bigger now, so it's better. Next thing, okay, let's add the image. So the small story image. I'm gonna create an image, and for this one, as the source is going to be profile dot, not profile but story, so story dot background. Save. Not background but profile. Story dot profile. Save. This is gonna have a class name, so actually first let's add a div. So let's put the image inside this div. Save. And let's give this div an absolute, so position absolute. This image is gonna have a width of let's say 6 and the height of 6 as well. Let's try with 10. Okay, maybe 9. And I'm gonna say rounded full, so border radius. So class name border, no border but rounded full, and save. Let's check it now. Okay, so we have to say flex here, and we're gonna say object, so object object cover, and save. Now to the copy story as well, we have to inverse this. So for the copy background should be here, and the copy image should be at the profile. Save, and now we reversed it. Let's see if it looks alright. Yes. So now what we can do for this story is to place the image, so to place the image better. So I'm gonna say where it's absolute, I'm gonna say at top 1 and left 1. It disappeared because we have to say we have to give a relative to this div, relative, and save. And now as you can see, we have the image well placed. We can say a padding of 1 all around, and I'm gonna say background of blue 400. Let's give this rounded full as well, and let's check this out. I think it looks good, but I'm gonna try with background blue of 500. Okay, I think this is the look we need, so I'm gonna delete this background red and save it. So now the stories have a padding of 4. That I think it's maybe too much. Now first let's say background white for the stories, and then the background should have a different color. So we want the color from the input. So if you go to header, let me open this. So into the header we had this background, so let's copy this, and if we go to the stories, we can say not to the stories but to the feed. I'm gonna say background of this. Okay, so I'm gonna say height of full for the feed, screen not full, and this should have the whole feed with this color. So in the stories we want the stories to be white, so bg white, and save. Stories, let me check this with screen. So you have to give the stories a height. So I'm gonna say height of let me see something. So I'm gonna say screen Okay, so we did not set the height, so let's set the height. I'm gonna say after the width, I'm gonna say height of, let's say 32, and I'm gonna give this a background of white. Save. And as you can see, it's I don't think you can see it, but it's way too small, so I'm gonna say maybe 44. Okay, now for this we can say flex as well, so flex, and items center, so we have the story centered. Now we can say rounded full, not full but 1 rem, and save. And there is too much padding all around. I'm gonna say instead of 4, I'm say 2, maybe 1. Okay, and I'm gonna say we want a margin of 1 as well. So not here, my bad, but here, straight. As you can see, we get this margin, but it could be a little bit bigger, to be honest. So instead of 1, I'm gonna try with 2, and only on the x-axis. So if you take a look, it's kind of too little. Okay, let's try it with 2. I think 2 should be enough. So let's give a margin top of 4 as well. And we have some padding at the top, so here, that we don't want, but I'm not sure where it's coming from. So let's inspect this. Oh, it's from the height. So the height should be, we should have instead of 44, let's try with 36. Okay, that looks better. And here, where it's 4.6, let's try with 4.5 again. And I'm gonna say flex, and then justify between, and we have the stories. Perfect. Okay, so I think this is how the stories will look. Maybe should we make them a little bit smaller, so instead of 4.5 per 4, no, let's go back to 4. Let's stick with 4.4, and on in the side I want more space, so to this I'm gonna say padding on a x of 2 maybe. Okay, now looks perfect. Yeah, looks perfect. Now I think we're done with the stories. Let's check them. No, we are not done. So as you can see, if we go to the feed, we have the left sidebar, then we have the stories. Okay, so now they're on the right side, but why is that? Okay, so I just refreshed the website and everything, now it's on the left side, so the left side, it's on the left side. Okay, it was a bug. You just have to refresh the website. Now the thing is, if you go to inspect and then go to responsive, okay, on the small sizes, as you can see, the background gets bigger and bigger, but we don't want this. So to fix this, let's copy the background white and paste it here. Save. And if we zoom in, we have to say rounded full, rounded 1 rem. So we'll take this from here and we're gonna paste it here. Save. Delete it from there. Okay, and now looks good to me. Okay, so this is the screen size, bam. So starting from S20, yeah, we started from here, and then on the small it's in the middle as well. So as you can see, the stories stay in the middle. Now when, let me inspect this again. Okay, so we don't have the problem anymore, but on the small screen sizes we would want this to be a little bit bigger. Okay, so on the small, if we go to here, so max width of 25 rem, but on the small we want this to be max width of, let's say 30 rem. Okay, now looks decent, but let's try with 35 rem. Okay, even better. Let's say 33 maybe, so it's not too big. Okay, 33, it's looks good. So on the small we want to say margin top. I think on the mobile as well, let's check it on mobile. So margin to the top I want to add, so S20 margin top of 4. I think this one, it's, yeah. So on the small screen sizes, if we go here, we want, after the small, we want margin top of 8 maybe. 8 looks decent. Okay, now we want this left sidebar to add some more margin to the top as well, so let's go to the left sidebar. Where is the margin top? I think it's this one. Yes. So we want to say on the small we want padding to the top of 20 maybe. Not 20 but 16. Maybe 12. Yeah, I think 12 should do. Okay, now that we're done with the stories, let's check again for the last time. Let's check the stories if they look okay on all devices. So I'll make this full screen. I'm gonna go to responsive and let's check them from S20, so from here to the small and then full. Okay, perfect. Let's move on. The next thing to do is to create new post. So if we go to the feed and here to create post, I'm gonna create a component, create post, save, go to components, create post.js and save, rfc, save, go to the feed, import the create post. Let's wait a little bit, save this, and where is it? Here. So in the feed we've said flex, but it's still okay. To this feed we don't want flex for the feed. Oh, we do. So flex and flex column, and we don't want the screen to be the height to be screen. Okay, let's check this out. What's the problem now? So we have the left. Oh, my bad. Okay, so let me click save. So inside this is the feed. So the next thing to do is to add the stories, the create post, and the post inside the same div. So the stories, create post, and posts, we want them in the same div. Save this. I'm gonna say flex. And now if we go to stories, not the stories, but to create post, I'm gonna create post, create post. Let's import it, save. As you can see, we have the create post. We don't have to say flex, and I'm gonna comment for now this create post, because if we look on the S20 or responsive, we are getting this the content is not in the center anymore. That's because here when we say flex, we want flex we want to give this a margin X of auto, so now it's in the center. So let's check it on S20 again, and we have this margin problem now. Let's see where this is coming from. So we have the padding or the margin to the right. So if we go to the stories, margin X of 2, I think is this one. So instead of margin, I'm gonna say padding, and the problem is solved. Now let's check it again on responsive. So if you go on S20, looks good, and now from S20 on the small looks good, on the full looks good. Perfect. Let's continue. So I'm gonna delete stories, feed. So we are in the create post. I'm gonna make this smaller, like this. But as you can see, we are going to create the create new post right here. Save this. And where is it? So if you go to the feed, let's uncomment this and save. I'm gonna go to a create post, and inside create post I'm gonna create another div. So div, save. I'm gonna say margin to the margin on the y-axis of let's say 8, and let's add high here. Okay, now instead of high, we want the image of the user, so the no user. Where is it? Actually, we want the guy 7, so I'm gonna take this picture, I'm gonna import the picture, import guy from /assets /guy7 dot guy7 dot, let's check this, JPEG. So JPEG, save. Let's import the image. So inside this div we're gonna have the image of the guy, so I'm gonna create an image component, and let's import the image component from next image, so right here, save. And as a source we want the guy, save it. I'm gonna create another div and put the image inside this div, and let's say width of 12 and height of 12. Okay, maybe 10. Let's try with 11. Okay, now class name should be rounded full, and now we want a background of white as well, so bg white. Okay, the next thing to do is to add the input. Okay, so outside of this div I'm gonna create an input field with a placeholder equal with what's on your mind, Joe Doe. Let's delete the outline. So class name outline of 0, So the outline it's deleted. Gonna say flex here. I'm gonna give the background of the input. So if we go to the header and copy this color, let's add it to this input. Actually, let's create a div and put this input inside the div. And now I'm gonna say background of this color. I'm gonna say flex, and I'm going to say items center and save. Now the background, my bad, we have to put it to this input, so class name equals to this background. Okay, let's give some padding. Oops, let's add this outline to this div. Okay, and let's delete this class name because we have two class names, and save. Okay, let's give some padding to this input. So I'm gonna say padding of 1 all around. I'm gonna say rounded full, some margin to the left, margin left of 2, maybe 4, 5. Okay, let's add some padding for this as well. So padding left we want 3 actually, and this should be width of full. Width of full, yeah, and we want this to be width of full as well. Let's check what's the problem, because the input should occupy the full space. So flex item center margin left of 5. Where is the margin left of 5? Okay, so here width full, we want this to be width full, and the input should be width full as well. Okay, so now it's working. We want to add this input some padding all around, so I'm gonna say padding of 2 maybe. Let's say 3. Okay, and rounded full as well. Not full, but 1 rem again. Save this. Now look how good it looks. Last thing is to add the post button. So outside of this div, I'm gonna create a div with a button inside. This button should have post. It should be flex. Should have a background of blue 500. I'm gonna say padding on the x-axis of 2, maybe 3. I'm gonna say rounded full, a height, no, this is too large, so let me inspect this a little bit. Okay, so I was looking at the image that it's smaller now, so to stop this it's shrinked. So to stop this I'm gonna say shrink 0. Let me copy this and give it to this div. Okay, so now as you can see the image is back, is the original size. Let's say 12 now because I think it's too small. Okay, so maybe 14 actually. Yeah, 14 looks good. What's next for the button? For this button, I'm gonna say height of 4, not 4 but 12. Let's say 10. Okay, 10 it's okay. Let's say flex and items center. we have to give the item center here as well. Okay, now some margin left for this button, margin left of 4. The input should be way taller, so I'm gonna say a height. I don't think this, let's try with this one. So height of 10, 12, let's say 20. Okay, so I'm gonna take this height and I'm gonna give it to the actual input. Save this. Okay, so it's too large, so 12. Okay, 12 looks good. Now this button is gonna have a class name of font bold, text of white. Now looks very good. As you can see, if we go on the full size, this is not the same size as the stories. So how do we fix this? We go to the stories to fix this. So inside stories, we have this max width of 25, on small max width 33. So we are just gonna take everything, we're gonna copy this, and into create post we're gonna paste it. Okay, margin Y of 8. Okay, so I'm gonna say class name and paste this inside. Let me Control Z and let me add it here. Now there is a lot of things that contradict each other, so I'm not going to take everything. I'm just going to take I'm going to take max width 25, small, rounded. Okay, I think this should do. Save. We have a width full. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna give it to this div. Let me refresh the page. Okay, so to fix this, let's go again and inspect. We're gonna go to responsive, and if we go to this size, we can see that it's not centered. So let's fix this. I'm gonna go to the stories, not to the stories, to create post, and actually let's delete this thing. So I'm gonna copy and save. We want to say width of screen as for the stories as well, and here we want to give the max width 25 and this. Okay, now let's say margin on the x-axis of auto as well, and we have this centered. If we go to the to this back, as you can see, this is floating outside. Okay, so my bad. This is going outside because we still on the small, we have the width of screen. So to fix this, let's say small. So on the small we want the width to be full, and save. And now everything looks okay. The thing is, now we have this margin of 8 that if we delete, oops, not this one, but we have let's see, the padding, I think it is. So yeah, the padding of 3. Okay, so as you can see, this one, it's not matching, the size is not matching with this. So to fix this, we're gonna create another div right here, and we're gonna include everything inside this div. Save. Oops, let me delete white space, and I'm gonna move this width of screen here, and I'm going to say here, I'm gonna say mx of auto, and save. And now we can we can say right here, we can delete this mx auto, we can say margin on the x-axis of 3, maybe 2, and where is it, max width, let's copy this, let's put it here, save. Okay, so to fix this, we're gonna say instead of margin x of 2, we're gonna say padding x of 2 maybe. Okay, so now looks perfect. If we go to this size, now they are equal. If you go bigger, this looks perfect. If I say inspect and we try to see it on S20 as well, they look, let's see if they're equal. Okay, so padding x of 2, we want this only on the small size. Okay, so now they are equal, and when we go to the small size, let's go to responsive, voila, we have this. Okay, perfect. That looks perfect. The next thing to do, to add the second part of this, let's create a new post. So where is it? Here, where this ends. So after the input with 25. Okay, so just just outside of this div, I'm gonna create another div, and let's say border on the bottom. Let's save this, and we're gonna move this div inside this one. Actually, I'm gonna say margin on the y of 2, save, and now let's let me check something. Oh, okay. Let me copy this. Good. Now we have the border that we cannot see actually. So I think it's because let's say border bottom, and I'm gonna say border, actually let's say border everywhere, and save. Class name, let's move it outside again. Okay, so now we have the border, but we have to move this border inside where is the white background. So inside, yeah, we have to put the border inside. Okay, so now let's add the rest. I'm gonna create another div. I'm gonna say, for example, high, and the high, it's right here, so we're gonna have to say flex. So just here, I'm gonna say flex slash column. Let's go back. Okay, so it's not going to work this way, so what we can do, it's to put these two divs outside of this one first, and then we can give this background white, and we can move it here just outside. Okay, so now as you can see, we can say rounded, we can move it as well here, save this. And now instead of this border of you can say border bottom only. Nice. We don't want this margin on the y-axis for now. And let's see, we have what else do we have here? We have the margin x, padding x, where is it? We have here padding of 3, margin on the y. Okay, so this is what I was looking for. we don't want this margin on the y-axis. Let's save this. Let's save it again. We want only margin to the top of 8. Voila, we have this. This looks good now. If we go to the border again, we can say margin on the y of 4. Okay. And now let's continue. We're gonna need 3 images. So the images that that we are going to use, there is gonna be a camera, a photo, a smile, and a camera. So let me copy them and let's paste them here. So import camera from assets, photos from assets, photos, smile. Okay, so just 3 images. Now here on the high, I'm going to add each image into a div. So I'm gonna create an image component. Save this. I'm gonna say source of the first one is gonna be camera. The second, let's give it width of 12 and height of 12 as well. It's too much. Let's try with 10. Let's say 9. Okay. It's still big, so I'm gonna say 6, 7. That's decent. So 7 and 7. Now let's do the same thing with the next images. So camera, then we have the photos, then we have the filling, so the smile. Save this. Let's say flex. I'm gonna say justify between. Very nice. And for each we're gonna have to add a description. So let's put this image inside another div, and for this div we're gonna have a paragraph. So paragraph, and this one it's live video, and save. We're gonna say flex. Now we're gonna do the same thing with each photo. So I'm gonna move the image inside this div. I'm gonna create a paragraph with this one, it's photo slash video. Again flex, and the same thing with this one. Create another div, put the image inside, put the image inside, delete this white space, create another paragraph. This one is gonna be filling slash activity. Say flex. Very well. We can give some padding or margin to the left. So for this class name, I'm gonna say padding left of 2. Okay, and I'm gonna say text. I'm gonna leave the text like this as it is. So let me copy this and add it to each paragraph and save. Now they look okay. So let's add some margin here and here. Pardon. I'm gonna say margin on the x-axis of let's try 4. Let's say 3 maybe. It's too much. All right. Now let's give some margin to the bottom as well. So margin bottom of 4. Let's copy this and let's say 8 maybe. Okay, so not to this div, but where is it? So here, let's try margin bottom of 4. Okay, not here. So here, margin bottom of 4. Let's try it padding. What's the problem? Padding on the bottom. Let's try it again. Here I'm gonna say padding bottom 4. Okay, so now it's working. We can say 3 actually, and at the top, just here we can say padding top of 4. Okay, so it's equal now. What else do we have to do? Actually, we need to add more margin here. So where is it? Margin X of 3. I'll say 9. Okay, because they have to be kind of in the center. So we keep how the Facebook looks as well. There is margin Y. I'm gonna say only margin bottom of 4. And margin top of 2 only. So it's equal now. Okay, now this looks good. Let's check this out on mobile as well. So on S20, as you can see, live video, we have to work with this. I'm gonna say white space, no wrap. So the white space does not wrap. The text, it's obviously way too big, so it flows outside the div. So to fix this, we go to live video. I'm gonna say text of how many pixels? 12 pixels. Let's say 22. I'm gonna say 16. All right, I'm gonna copy this and paste it for each one. Let's save this. Text, what's the problem? Okay, so 16 I think is the default one, so let's try with 14 pixels. 14 pixels. 14 pixels. Yeah, it's the default one. And 14 pixels. We can say item center. Okay, so we can copy this items center and paste it here and here as well. Now we don't want the margin on the x-axis, only on the small screen sizes. Okay, so we want margin not 9 but maybe 2, maybe 3. Okay, now it looks good on mobile as well. So let's check this out on small. Okay, now it looks good on small as well. Here looks good. On the full screen looks good. I'm not really happy with these stories because I want some more padding. So I'm gonna go to the stories and I'm gonna say padding to the top, no, padding to the y-axis of 4. Let's try 3. Okay, wait, now they look better. Let me delete this a little bit. And what happened? It's we've got this back again. What's the problem? So if we go back, let me refresh because now it's annoying. What happened? Did we change something? Yeah, I think we've changed something to the create post. Yeah, we've set margin X of 3. So this should be padding. Let's see what we've changed. I'll go back to this version, so with the padding X of, okay, so you don't have to Control Z and Control Shift Z. You can just leave it like this because I'm to the last version. Okay, so let's check what happened, because now this is annoying. Okay, stories. So first let's go to the responsive. Oops, inspect. Let's make this full. And on mobile they are equal, but as soon as they're on small, they're not. So this is because if we go to the stories, where are the stories? That's what I was going to do. So I wanted to say that the space between them, so Control F space x1, so on small I want this to be space x over 2 at least, maybe 4. Oops, 4. Say 8. No, that's too much, so I'm gonna say 4. Okay, now they look better. And at the top as well, I want to say margin on the y-axis 2. Oh, not margin, because we want the white, so padding on the y-axis of 2. Let's try this with 3. But again, this will apply on the mobile as well, so let's see how it looks. Yeah, very nice. So it looks good on mobile as well. If you go to responsive, this is what I was modifying, so the padding at the top. So now it looks very good. Now on all devices this should be okay, this should look all right. Okay, let's continue, and I'm gonna create the posts now. Well, this was the end of the first video. In the next one we are going to finish the front end of our Facebook clone, and in the third and fourth video we are going to finish the backend and deploy our project to vercel. If you are stuck or need help with a project, feel free to book a study session with me on Fiverr, link in the description. Otherwise, join my Discord channel to become part of our community. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. This is the second video of our series where we are going to build this full stack Facebook clone. In this video we are going to finish the front end of our app. So let's go to VS Code. Okay, so quick talk before we start. If you ever get stuck or need help with the projects, you can book a study session with me on Fiverr, link in the description. Otherwise, you can join my Discord where you can find a community of people just like you. Okay, back to coding. Let's continue, and I'm gonna create the posts now. So I'm gonna make this small screen again. So let's start by creating the post now. I'm gonna go to the feed, and here I'm gonna create the post. I'm gonna create a new component called posts.js, rfce, and save, and let's import it in the feed. Posts, save, and we have this post. Now the thing is, we have to go to the posts, and here we're gonna have a collection of posts. So I'll show you what I mean. So I'm gonna say const first I'm gonna have only a post actually, so let's stick with this. In this post I'm gonna have, for example, a post, and this, for example, if we have in the database multiple posts, they're gonna show up like this. Okay, so for now we are gonna take them from our local host, so from this app, but later we are gonna take them from the database. So for later we are gonna create this post right here. So in the components we are gonna create another post.js, rfce, and save. And let's create multiple posts. So just like this. Let's import the post, save, and we have multiple posts. Now we want just one for now, but let's go and configure this post. So at the top we are going to have the image of the user. So let's start. So we're gonna need some images from the image folder, so I'm gonna paste them right here. Again, there are a lot of them, so I'm not gonna type them manually, but they start from line 3 and they end to line 13. So you can type them manually, or you can just go to my GitHub repo and copy this. So we can start by importing the user image. So where is it? So the guy, this one. I'm gonna create here another div, and inside this div this is gonna be the header of the post. So first let's create actually the layout of the post. So we're gonna have the header of the post, then we're gonna have the input of the post, then we're gonna have the image of the post, then after the image we're gonna have the likes. So we're gonna have the number of the likes and the buttons. So I'm gonna say after the image, number of likes and the buttons. Then after that we're gonna have the comment section. So I'm gonna say comment section, comment section. Then we are gonna have the inputs. So after we have the comments, then we have the input where we type the comments. And then after the input, that's it. So that's the last thing. So we'll start by building the header of this post. So in the header we're gonna have the image of the user, the username, the timestamp, and the 3 dots on the right. So I'm gonna start by adding the image. So inside this div I'm gonna create an image component, and I'm gonna have a source of guy and save. Let's give this a width of 10 and the height of 10. I think it's 12 should be better. I'm gonna say rounded full, so class name equals rounded full. Class name not like this, but like this. So rounded full, and save. Now let's give this a background of white. So class name bg white. I'm gonna say rounded one rem. Okay, and now we have the same thing as earlier, so we have to have the same margin here. So for the post, to fix this, we are gonna go to the post, and I'm gonna say class name. I'm gonna say normally here on the mobile sizes, we want first, let's add some margin on the y-axis of 4, maybe 6. Okay, 6, maybe 5. Now let's leave it at 6. So we want to do the same thing, so the same we want the same sizing. So to do this, we are gonna copy something from the stories. So let's take this max width of 25, took that. So in posts, we want to say this and save. Now let's create another div, and inside this div we are gonna paste this one and save. Now the width should be screen, and we can say here margin X auto. Save this, and now we have it centered. So on the mobile it's centered, then it's centered as here, it's centered as well. If we give this a padding of the X of 2, no bottom margin, actually we can give this padding inside the post. Okay, so inside this post we have to give the margin, so only here, actually only here we can say margin padding X of 2, and let's try with 4 maybe. Let's check what's the padding here as well. I mean, they don't need to match, but let's say 5 and leave it like this. So 5, we want some padding on the Y of 4. Okay, so this is gonna be the header of the post. Next thing to add is to add the username. So I'm gonna create a p tag. I'm gonna say Joe Doe. Again, flex, item center, class name. We want a font of bold. We want margin of the left of 2 and maybe 4, actually 3. Okay, leave it like this. Now we're gonna have a div with this padding because we want to add a timestamp as well. So I'm gonna say for example a day ago, so or 3 hours ago. Save this. Now class name, text, XS, margin on the right, what was it? So margin left of 3. I'm gonna move it here. All right, now I'm gonna need the world image, so let me check b world. Okay, so I'm gonna have this one. I'm gonna create another div. I'm gonna put this paragraph here, and I want save. Let me save. I'm gonna create an image component. I'm gonna say source, and for the source is this one, b world. Okay, paste it here, save. Let me import the image. Where's the image? Oh, we have to add we have to put this image inside a div, that's why it's not appearing. So let's say width of 4 and height of 4. Be world, it's not appearing. Oh, this is not an image actually, so my bad. This is from React Icons, so it's gonna be world, save, and here we go. Now we have it. So I'm gonna say flex. So we have 3 hours ago, and we need a span as well. So the little dot. Let me copy the little dot. So from the header. This is an HTML tag, so I'm gonna copy it, and here after 3 hours, here I'm gonna paste this and save. Not here, but here. Save. I'm gonna give some space here as well, and this looks good. Now the thing is, I want to add a little bit more space. So instead of adding space, I'm gonna say class name padding left of 2, and I'm gonna say shrink of 0. Shrink 0. Okay, so margin left of 2. Perfect. Let's say 1 actually, because it's too much. 1, 3 hours ago. And let's continue. We're gonna have the 3 dots at the end, so right here. So to do this, I'm gonna create a div, and inside this div I have the dots. Where are the dots? Hurt dots. Okay, so this one, it's an image, so I'm gonna create an image component. I'm gonna say source, and the dots inside, they are way too big. I'm gonna say width 10, height 10, flex item center, let's say justify between, and to fix this we have to include into a div this one and this one. So from here to here I'm gonna include it into a div, and this div is gonna be flex and item center, and this looks fine. So what else is it? Let's check it on mobile. This looks fine on mobile as well. So let's continue by creating the, let me make this smaller. What do we have here? Let me inspect this, because I think we have let me refresh. We might have a problem now. I'm not sure where this came from, but we have a huge space right here. So let's inspect this and see what's up. I'll go to responsive. Oh yeah. Okay, so this one, I think we've said width of full, width screen, yeah. So on small we want this to be width full, and save. So if we refresh now, everything should be okay. Let's check to be sure. Yeah, everything looks okay now. On mobile, and if we go responsive, yeah, we don't have that space anymore. So let's go back. Okay, let's continue with the input. So now if you go to the post, into the input, I'm gonna create a div, and here I'm gonna just have a simple text. So I'm gonna say a p tag. I'm gonna say my brand new car, and save. Where is it? Oh, okay, it's here. And I'm gonna say margin to the top of 2, maybe 3. 2 looks okay. No, I'm gonna leave it as 3. Now the next thing, that this is the input, that's it. Next thing is the image. This is gonna be very simple as well. So let's import the car image. So I'm gonna copy the cars, and I'm gonna create an image inside. Save, source equals car, save. Let's wait for the image to load. Voila, we have the car image. Now as you can see, we have this margin that we don't want, and first first, before that, as you can see, we have this white space right here. This is because when we said in the feed, we said height of screen, and we don't need this anymore because the height is bigger than the screen now. Let's check it on mobile as well, so we're sure we did not break anything. Okay, so now you have this white space because we don't have enough content to cover this space, but when we finish with the posts and there are gonna be another post, you won't have this white space here. Let's go back. Now let's continue. So we don't want this margin, as you can see, so we're gonna go to post, and here I'm gonna say margin on the x-axis of 2, but we want it to be with minus, and I think it's 4, and we still have some, so I'm gonna say 5. Yeah, I think 5, it's the margin on the x-axis. Let's check it on mobile. Looks fine on mobile as well, to the end of the post. So let's continue. Now we finished with the image. That was it, so nothing more to add. Now we're gonna create the number of the likes and the buttons. So not P but buttons. Now this is gonna be a div, and we're gonna have 2 images, so it's gonna be the heart and the like. Here I'm gonna create an image component inside this div with the source equal with heart, and save. Now I'm gonna say width of 4 and height of 4, maybe 5, and I'm gonna do the same thing, and I'm gonna duplicate this but with the like one. So we have the like and the heart. So here I'm gonna have the like. It's not a heart, so yeah, okay, it loaded. But this one should have width 4 and height of 4 because it's bigger. Let me check this. So 1.25 RAM. I don't think they're equal. I'm not sure. So I'm gonna say flex, and instead of 1 RAM, I'm gonna say 1.1 RAM. So I'm gonna have a custom sizing, 1.1 RAM. Okay, now they're equal. Yeah. So next what we want to do is to say that there is too much space here. Is it? I'm not sure. No, it looks good. I'm gonna just give this padding, not padding, but a margin left of 2 maybe. Here, okay, so we have this, but it's too much. I'm gonna say only 1. No, I think we don't need at all. Or margin left, let's say 2 pixels or something. Okay, now looks good. Next we have this one, we have this one, we have 1, and this is the second one inside this div. So I'm gonna create another div, or am I? Yeah, no, I'm gonna paste it in here. So I'm gonna have this here, a paragraph with Emily Doe and another 372 liked this. Now when we are done, we're gonna take this number from the database, so the number of the likes and the number of the comments, and the likes and the comments as well. We're gonna take them from the database, but for now we're gonna leave this because we are building the front end first and then the back end. So let's say class name of text. I'm gonna leave it like this, but I'm gonna take the color I'm gonna take the color of the text. Let me get the color. So it's gonna be this one. I'm gonna paste it right here. Save this, and we have this nice color. Now flex, I'm gonna say items center. Are they centered though? I think I'm gonna give some padding to the left of 3, 2. Okay, but I'm not sure they're I'm not sure that they are item center. I'm not sure that they are really centered. So flex item center. Let me check this. Okay, so they are centered, but they are different sizes, so they look a little bit different, but they are centered indeed. So let's go back. The next thing, we have the comment on the we have the number of the comments that we have to add. So let's let me see. I'm gonna create another div, and I'm gonna include this whole div inside this. Inside this one. I'm gonna delete this white space and save. Now I'm gonna create another paragraph, and I'm gonna say let's say 372 comments, and let's say 21,000 of likes, because it's a nice car, so we'll have a lot of likes. And let's continue. I'm gonna say flex to here, flex items, not center, but I'm gonna say justify between. So we have this at the end, and we want this text to move it right here, and save. So now we have the comments as well in the same, with the same text. We could give this some margin to the top, so I'm gonna say margin top of 2, maybe 1 only, and my brand new car should have margin on the bottom 2 at least. Yeah, 2, maybe 3. So if you want to add 3, margin on the Y, not on the top. Perfect. Let's continue. Now we're gonna have the buttons, but we need some border first. So a number of likes plus the buttons. Okay. So we have the number of likes. So I'm gonna create another div again, and I'm gonna put everything inside this div and save. And outside this one, I'm gonna create another one, and here we are gonna have the first border. So I'm gonna say border on the bottom, and then I'm gonna create another one, same thing again, and inside them I'm gonna have the actual buttons. So let me test this. Okay, so here we are gonna have the like, comment, and the share button. Let's get the like button. I think it's this one. Be like, is it? Yeah, I think it's this one. Be smile. Is it be smile? Let me check this fast. Okay, so it's this one. Okay, be like. So let's go, and here instead of this one we're gonna have 3 buttons. So 3 divs, and let's it's be like, yeah, imported this. Now I'm gonna have 2 more. So I'm gonna add a paragraph. I'm gonna say like, I'm gonna say flex here, I'm gonna say item center, Let's give class name padding left of 2, 1 maybe, 1. No, let's leave it as 2. Now this button should be bigger, so let's say class name width 12, height 12. Okay, way too much. 8 maybe. Nope. 7 should do. Maybe 6. Yeah, 6. So height and width of 6. Now this should be bigger as well, so I'm gonna say text 16 pixel, 18 pixels. Very well. So now let's copy this and create a comment and a share. So the comment should be comment alt. Yeah, I think it's this one. So here, instead of like, I'm gonna have the comment, and then instead of the, where's the share? So I'm gonna take the share, smile, outline GIF, camera, arrow down, share. Oh, this one. So it's not an icon, it's an image. So I'm gonna say src. I'm gonna paste the share. I'm gonna create another div. I'm gonna paste this image inside the div. Save. This class name should be here. I'm gonna delete this class name and save, and we get this share button. Now the comment, it's way too big, so let's say 5 and 5. Let's say flex. Where is it? So I'm gonna say here, yeah, here, flex. Say item, no, justify between. And they look okay. So let's say margin on the Y of 2. Now the border should have a margin on the Y of 2 actually. So I'm gonna say the same thing for this border as well, so for this one. Save. Okay, so now here, instead of margin Y of 2, I'm gonna say just 1. Wait, let me check. Actually, I'm gonna delete this margin. I was thinking that no, this looks okay. I think, yeah. Actually, this looks okay. We don't need to modify it. So here we have the comment. Save, and this is gonna be share. And save. Now the button looks all right. We can give some margin. That's, I think, the last thing we can do. So margin on the X of 2, or maybe 4. Okay, let's try with 6 maybe. And save now. Okay, now I think they look all right. I guess we can leave this. This is too much space here, I think. So no, it's not. I think it looks okay. Let me make this bigger, full screen. Now it looks okay. So the next thing to do is to add the comments. So if you go here, make this smaller. In the comment section, here we're gonna have the number of the comments and then the actual comments. So I'm gonna have a div, and first it's gonna be with the number of the comments. So I'm gonna have 2 paragraphs. First, see 376. How many comments did we have? 370. See 371 previous comments 370. Save. And we're gonna have another paragraph that it's going to say most relevant, and we're gonna have the arrow down. So the arrow down, it's this one. So inside we're gonna have this, and save. Actually we can't do this because we have to edit outside, because we want to give it a class of flex. So let's add the paragraph and the logo, and here now we can say flex. Okay, and they are in line now. So items center, now let's say flex here as well, and justify between. Perfect. Now the color doesn't, we have to take the color have to take this color. I'm gonna copy this, and actually I think we should give it here the color. No, save. So the color, we have to add it to the comments, so here. No, actually let's give it here, because we are gonna have comments that are not this color. So we have the most relevant, see the comments. Now let's create the actual comment. So outside this div, I'm gonna create the first comment. So we're gonna have the image of the user. Yeah, so the image, I think it's at the top, should be the guy image. Yeah, should be this one. So I'm gonna add the image right here. I'm gonna create a div and an image component. This should be source guy, and save. Width 12, height 12, maybe 10. I'm gonna say rounded full, should have a margin on the Y of 2. Save. The next thing is to add the paragraph and say Joe Doe. Say flex. Save. Items center. Margin to the left, so class name, margin left of 2. This text should be a font bold. And what else? We have the Joe Doe. I think we should add the comment as well. So this is the name of the user. Then we are going to have the comment. So I'm gonna create another p tag, and this will have the comment. So whoa, what a nice car, or I love the color, and save. Let's give some the same thing, copy, paste. We don't want the font bold, and save. And this should be the comment. Now we can add a like and reply thing. So just outside, I'd say, let me see, with 10. So we have the image. So just outside, let's create another div. Let's put this one inside this div. And outside, I'm gonna have another div. So with 2 paragraph, that it's like and reply. So reply and save. Now I'm gonna say flex. We want margin on the right of 4 maybe. the left, my bad. Let's try with 20. 16. Okay, I'm gonna say to rem. Maybe 4. 3.5 per 4. 3.3. Actually 3. Okay, so now we don't want this. So here we have margin on the Y of 2, but we want it only at the top. Okay, we want some space between those two, so I'm gonna say class name margin on the right of 2, and yeah, I think that's it. Maybe less margin here. So to do this, I'm gonna say margin top 1, but I'm gonna be -1. So voila, we have this like and reply that looks that sticks to this comment. Maybe 2. Let's try with 2. Maybe 1.5. Yeah, perfect. So we can see margin at the top of 3, 4. No, let's leave it as 3. Okay. Next thing, we have the comment, the username. I think we're done with the comments. So if we want to duplicate a comment, so we have 2 of them. I'm gonna say save, and let's say I'm gonna say another comment. So first, second comment, and save. Next thing is to add the input. So let's create this, and we are done with the post. After this, we'll need the image of the user. So I'm gonna say image. I'm gonna have the guy, so source equals the guy image. Again, we want this to have the same size, so I'm gonna say width 10, height 10, and save. Class name rounded full. Now let's give some margin to the top, margin top of 4. And now let's add the input. So let's create another div. I'm gonna put this one inside, save. Let's create another div for the input. Oops, I'm gonna create an input with a placeholder of write a comment. So placeholder equals write a comment, and save. Let's give this flex. I'm gonna say item center. Here we don't need this outline, so outline 0, outline 0, write a comment. Oh, my bad. We have to create a class name, outline 0, and save. Now this does not look center, so I'm gonna say flex, and save. Items center. What's the problem here? Oh, margin top not here but here. Save. Perfect. I'm not sure we need this. Yeah, we don't need it. Let's say margin on the left of 2. What's next? Write a comment. Oh, the input needs the color. So let me take the color, text, this one, copy it and paste it here. Not text but BG, so the background of the text. Okay, so it's not this color. So if you go to the where have we used it, so here in the new post, let me go to the new post and copy the color. where is it? Here, background, this one. Gonna go to the post and let's paste it here. Let's check this out. Perfect. I'm gonna say padding 1, rounded full, maybe padding 2. Perfect. And the width should be full, so say width full. Now the image just got smaller, so we have to say shrink 0, but not here, but here to this div, and save, and the image is now okay. Now the input should be as long as possible. So where do we add the width full? We should add width full here, and we have the input full. At the end we want a post button, so let's create a button as well. So first we want the background not to the input but to the div, and save. Now we want actually the input as well with the same color, and I'm gonna say rounded full for where is it? Rounded full for this div as well. Perfect. Now let's add the button. So just outside the input, I'm gonna create a, let's say a div, maybe, yeah, a div with a button, and this is gonna say post. Let's see this better. I'm gonna make this smaller. Okay, I'm gonna say flex here, so write a comment, where is it? Here, flex item center, I'm gonna say margin right of 2, and save, maybe 4. Yeah, looks good now. We want this to have a background of blue 400. We want the text to be white, all that thing. So class name here, I'm gonna say text, not text but font bold. Save this. We want some padding on the x-axis of 1, font bold. Okay, maybe padding on the x of 2. I'm gonna say rounded full, but not here. We're gonna move this here and save. Now we have this button, is this nice button. The last thing to do is to add the images, so the smiley face, the photo, and the GIF. So let's take them from the top. So should be this outline camera. First one, it's actually the emoji. So where is it? Be smile. So post, and then the button. Okay, so we're gonna add them right here. So it's the be smile. Then if we go to the top, it's outline camera. Let's duplicate and paste here, and then after the camera it's outline GIF. So let's duplicate and paste it here. So now we have these images that should not be here, but actually let me think. So we have the input. Okay, we can put the images just outside. Okay, and save, and they should be position absolute. So Let's say I'm gonna create a div and put all the images inside this div and save. I'm gonna say flex absolute. This is gonna be relative to this, and let's say right 0. So not 0 but 10 maybe. Let's say 20. Let's say 17. Oops, 16. So let's see, 16 means 4 RAM. So if it's a custom size, it's gonna be 3.5 RAM. Okay, so let's say 4.5. Perfect. Now we want a space 6 of 2. Perfect. Now it looks good. The color should be the same as this one. So I'm gonna say text and paste this. Okay, not this color, but the one, where is it? That we copied earlier. So this one. So where are the images? Here. I'm gonna say this. So this color. Perfect. Looks perfect. Now, when there are too many comments, for example, where are the comments? Comment section. So this one, let's take a comment. See where is the first comment starting. Okay, so here I'm gonna say first comment, and then where it ends is gonna be the second comment. And save. Now if there are too many comments, and save, as you can see the post it's way too big. Okay, so how do we fix this? Well, we're gonna go to the comments. So where is it? Comments section, and we want the height. So height, max height of maybe let's say 80, maybe let's say 40. Max height of 40. Okay, now I think 60 should be not 60, but let's say 48. Let's say 44. Say 40. Yeah, 40 should be. So now I'm gonna say overflow, because as you can see we have all these comments overflow on the y-axis. So vertically we want it to be scroll, and save. Now when we get too many comments, we have this scroll bar. Okay, next thing we have to do, actually let's take this and paste it right here, because we get this scroll bar at the top, and we don't want, we want the scroll bar to end right here. So I'm gonna add it here, and let's see what happened. So comment section, okay, so to fix this I'm gonna go on, I'm gonna delete, let me go back, max height of 40. Okay, let's wait a little bit. So we take this max height and we leave it right here for now, but let's delete the comments, because we have like 10,000 comments now. So let me delete them. Where are they? So from the second comment right here. Okay, so from here I'm gonna delete the rest of the comments. So we have only 3 now. The last one is this one. So I'm gonna delete this one as well. Actually, no, let's leave it for now. So as we can see, we have to create another div. That's the problem, and we're gonna put inside all the comments. So I'm gonna put all the comments inside this div, and now we can take the max height and overflow and paste it here. Save this, and what's up? Ctrl Z, max width, overflow on the Y, scroll. What's happening? Let's refresh this. I don't think there are enough comments, so we have to paste another comment to see if it's working or not. So I'm gonna paste this one and save. And as you can see, it's not working, is it? I'm gonna paste two more. Nope, it's not working. So Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, and save. So max height should be, let's rethink this. I'm gonna say max height of 20. And when are too many? First, let's say background red of 400. And overflow Y of scroll. Oh, my bad. Actually, so there's the first comment. Okay, well, I'm not sure why. So I'm gonna say 40. Then what is this? So 40, let's say 60, 80. Let's leave it at 40. Actually, let's see what's the problem. So we have this second comment, the first one, then we have the second one, then we have the third one. I'm gonna delete this. So we have only two now. Now let's check where this div ends. Okay, so this should work. I'm not sure why it's not working. Because if I say height, let's say first. So this one, let me check. Okay, yeah, so this should work. So first comment, max height of 60, overflow on the Y. Let's duplicate this again. So another comment. Oops, my bad. So let's duplicate this again. You don't have to do this, I'm just checking to be sure. Let me see and save. Okay, Ctrl Z and save, and let's leave it for now, because when we are gonna get the comments from the database, we're gonna fix this then, because now there's too much code and it's getting distracting. So where is it? Here. I'm gonna take this and I'm going to paste it. Let's first delete this from here, and I'm going to paste it just here and save this. Now when there are too many comments, let's see if it's working, and save, we get this scroll bar. I'm gonna delete the rest of the comments and save. Where it says where it says right here over Y scroll, we can say auto, and when we don't need the scroll bar, it won't show up. So right now it's not showing up, but if there are too many comments, the scroll bar will appear. Let's delete the background color. And as you can see, we've finished building this this post. So we finished the stories, we finished the create new post, we finished the actual post. Now again, the info, for example, the number of the likes, the number of the comments, the timestamp right here, the username, the profile picture, the picture of the post, and the comments as well. We're gonna take them from Firebase, from the backend. So for now we finished the left sidebar, the right, the feed actually. Now what we have left to do is to create this left sidebar, the right sidebar. So let's start building the right sidebar. I'm gonna make this full, and I'm gonna take my code and put it right here. So let's go to the feed. Where's the feed? And let's create the component. This should be fairly easy. So in the components, I'm gonna create another file called RightSidebar.js and save. I'm gonna say rfce and save, and then in the feed, let's import this, and we have the left sidebar. The left sidebar is going to have the contacts. So we have to take the images for the contacts. So I'm just going to copy them and I'm going to paste it. So again, if you want to type this manually, feel free to do so. Let me first save this, and here I'm gonna paste the images. Again, you can type them manually or copy them from my GitHub repo. Let's delete this, and first we're gonna have a title. So inside this div, we're gonna have another div called actually we have a p tag, so this is gonna be contacts and save. And now we're gonna need three what are they called, another three things. So I'm gonna copy them and import this React icon, this React items, and these dots. So after the contacts, we're gonna have the image of the camera. So we have the contacts. Let's add the camera and save. I'm gonna say flex, item center, and then after the camera we need a loop. So the search camera, if we search and paste it here. Okay, next thing is to add the dots. So the dots are an image. So I'm gonna create a div and an image component and save with the source equals the dots. Save this. What's the problem? Dots, image, new. Oh, we have to import the image. So image from Next.js, make sure you import it right here and save. This should be width of 7 and height of 7. Yeah, looks good. Now let me say flex. I thought it's not centered, but it is centered indeed. So these images should be in a different div with a space on the x-axis of 2, and I'm gonna say flex items center. Perfect. And now I'm gonna say to the context, I'm gonna say class name, padding to the right of 2, maybe 4. Okay, now looks better. What's left to do? I'm gonna say to this contact, or where is it? Here I'm gonna say text, not text, but font of bold. Okay, looks nice. We can give some margin to the right, to this thing, to this whole thing. Margin right of, let's say padding right of 2, and maybe at the top we can give the same we can give the same padding left of 7, so margin right of 7 and padding top of 4. So I'm gonna copy this. Into the right sidebar. I'm gonna paste them right here, but instead of padding left I want padding right. Voila, we have the same thing, but the margin to the top, it's way too much for the contacts, so I'm gonna say 8 maybe. Yeah, looks good. Next thing, maybe padding to the right. 7 is too much as well. 7 now should be the same. We leave it as 7. Next thing, it's to add the these guys. Okay, so I'm gonna create a what is called const. So I'm gonna create an array with each person, so we can map through each of them. So I'm gonna say const equals, no, const profiles equals, and I'm gonna have an array, and I'm gonna have an object, and inside this object, let me put it like this. Inside this object I'm gonna have the name of for example, this is gonna be Albert Einstein, so E, and then I'm gonna have the photo with Albert. Now we're gonna do the same thing with each person. I'm not going to type them manually. I'm gonna paste them right here. Again, you can copy this from my GitHub or type it manually. So from here to here, that's it. Save this, and now we can map through the profiles. So if we go, where is it? So this ends right here, I think. Padding flex, item center. Okay, we can take this padding right and small and padding top and add it here, because we want to create another div and we want the same styling for it as well. So here inside this div I'm gonna map through the profiles. So I'm gonna say profiles dot map, and for each profile I want a div, and inside this div I'm going to have an image. So image it's a normal tag, so I'm gonna say source equals with profile dot, what is it called, let's see, photo. So photo, and save, and we get an image for each photo, for each object, and .src, and save. And now we get the images. They are obviously way too big, so where is it? Here. I'm gonna say width of 12 and height of 12, and here they are. I'm gonna say 14 actually, want them a little bit bigger, and rounded full, and save. And let's copy this and paste it, and paste it here in the image. So class name equals, paste it here, and we can say flex, and take this flex and put it right here. And now I can say object cover. So now the images look good in their frames. Let's say space on the Y of 4, but not here, but here, and save. Now this what is this? So here, okay, so we want a margin top of 4 for here, we want a margin top. And let's check this out. Now I feel that these images are a little bit too big, so let's go back to 13 or 12. So 13. Now let's leave it at 12. So they look good now. Let's continue. We have to, after the image, we want the name of the person. So the image width 12, height 12. Okay, so after the image, what's the problem? I'm gonna create another div, and I'm gonna put this div inside this div. Save. Is there any problem? No, it's not. So we're gonna create a p tag, and here we're gonna have the profile dot name. I hope it is. Yeah. No, not name. Yeah, profile dot name, but in curly braces. Save. And we have the names. Let's say flex right. Let me check here. And items center. Class name, we want a padding left of 4, not 4 but 2 or 3. Nice. Want to say font semi bold. Yeah, looks nice. Maybe bold. No, looks good like it is. Now let's add the green light here for when you are online. So to this I'm gonna create a div. This is gonna be absolute, and I'm gonna have a width of 4 and a height of 4, and the background of green, let's say 500. Save. Now this div is gonna be rounded full, and since it's absolute, I'm gonna say bottom 0, and it disappeared because we have to say relative to this div, relative, and save. Let's move the green circle to the right, so I'm gonna say right 1, right 1. Now this can be smaller, so I'm gonna say 3 and 3. Good. Now it looks good. The only thing left to do, actually let's leave it at 4 because we're gonna do something. So with 4, height 4, I'm gonna say padding all around of 1 and background of white. So let's delete this, and I'm gonna say border save. I'm gonna say border white save, say border of 2, and I think it's looking decent, but let's keep this at 3. Save, maybe 3.5. Let's see if it's working with the Tailwind sizes. Yeah, it's working. So now we can say write 1.5, no, 0.5. Okay, so now they look good. I think this is it for the front end. Let me check this on mobile. Yeah, so as you can see, we have this on mobile, so we don't want this. How do we fix this? We go to the feed, we go to the right sidebar, and right here we want to say hidden and save. Now let's see, it's not showing up. And then when do we want this to show up? Well, after 120 pixels, so let's check. So after XL on LG, let's check if it's working on LG first. So 1024 on 1024, I think this should work as well. So after LG, we want this to show up. So I'm gonna say LG flex maybe, or block. Let's check. Voila, we have this. Now let's refresh. And why is this? Okay, let's check why. Oh, not flex but block. Yeah, that's why it's. So let's check. When we are here, it's appearing, and at the end looks perfect. Let's check this on mobile again for the last time. So inspect mobile S20. Oh, so here we have some problems. The text, it's too big. So how do we fix this? It's MDDAO and another one. Okay, I'm gonna go to the comments, to the post. Where is the post? Post and MDDAO. So I'm gonna Control F, MDDAO. I'm gonna say white space no wrap. Let me copy this, and if we save, you can see it's not wrapping anymore. So we want to do the same thing with the comments. So for the comments, class name, same thing. Now it's not wrapping anymore, but it's way too close, as you can see. So to fix this, the text on this on the mobile phone, we want the text to be smaller. That's the single way we can fix this. So we want to say text 14 pixels maybe. Let's copy this and paste it right here as well. And if we save, we have these comments, maybe let's say 15 pixels. Where is it? So if I go here and I say 15, and if I go to the, where is it? Here, I say 15 as well. They look decent on 15 as well. So I think the normal size is 16. So let me check something. I'm gonna delete this. Okay, you don't have to do this, but I think, yeah, the normal sizing it's 15. So it's 16. So we want this to be 15 on mobile, and then on the small screen sizes we want the text to be 16 pixels back again. So let's copy this, and on small we want them to be 16. So so when we go to the responsive, and let's say here we have the normal text font. Now what I saw on the mobile, we have a problem. So right here, what's on our mind, as you can see, it's not showing up. So how do we fix this? We go here, we go to the, where is it? So in the create new post, you see what's on your mind. So right here, I'm gonna say just truncate. If I click save, as you can see, we get dot when it's too long. So I think this is it for the front end. Let me check again. So we have the nice navbar, a responsive navbar. Then when it gets too small, the stories look very nice. We have the post. So now what we are going to do? Well, since we finished the front end, we're gonna go and install Firebase, next Auth, so we can log in with Google, so we can get the information from the database, so we can send requests to the database, all that good stuff. Well, this was the end of the second video. In the next one, we are going to start building the backend of our app. If you are stuck or need help with a project, feel free to book a study session with me on Fiverr, link in the description. Otherwise, join my Discord channel to become part of our community. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. This is the third video of our series where we are going to build this full stack Facebook clone. In this video, we are going to start building the backend of our app. So let's go to VS Code. Okay, so quick talk before we start. If you ever get stuck or need help with the projects, you can book a study session with me on Fiverr, link in the description. Otherwise, you can join my Discord, where you can find a community of people just like you. Okay, back to coding. Okay, so since we finished with the front end, now we're gonna connect Next Auth to our Next.js app, and then create a Firebase account and connect Firebase with our Facebook app as well. So the first thing I'm gonna do is to go to Next Auth. Let me put this window here. I'm gonna go to the first page, and here we have the Next.js, Next.auth.js. So let's start, and let's install Next Auth. With this, we are going to connect to we're going to be able to log in with our Google account. So I'm gonna say cd Facebook, then I'm gonna install the package of Next Auth, and then let's continue and follow the instructions. I could have just typed it manually, but I like to show you where I get this info from. So this is the documentation page of Next Auth. So as you can see here, we have to create a nextauth.js file inside pages/API/auth. So pages/API, and then here we are going to create a folder called auth. Inside this auth, I'm going to have a file called nextauth.js. Now let's copy this, and we're going to paste this inside our nextauth.js. So I'm gonna close the sidebar and this, and save. Now we are going to need a couple more things, but first let's continue and see what else we have to do. As you can see from Next.js is going to handle the sign in function, the callbacks, and the sign out, etc. Now, what else we have to do? We have to go to app.js, so app.jsx, and we have to wrap our component between this session provider, so we can use the session coming from Google after we log in. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is to copy this, and let's import session provider from Next.js. Then the next thing to do, let's make this look better. So I'm gonna copy this, export default, and I'm gonna paste it right here. So it's one line of code in that we deleted. The next thing to do is to destructure the page props. So instead of just page props, we are gonna have the session that it's inside page props, and then the rest of the attributes of the page props. So I'm gonna paste it right here and save. Now we've destructured this. The next thing to do is to wrap our component between the session provider tag. So I'm gonna say paste, and now let's put this component inside the session provider tag. Let's save this. And now you have instructions on how to use this session. So as I've said, this is gonna be used, for example, I'm gonna start the server, so I'm gonna say cd Facebook, okay, npm run dev. Let's go to localhost 3000, and we are gonna use this session. For example, when we click on this profile picture, we want to go to the sign-in page so we can log in. So this is where we're gonna use the sign-in function. So in the header we're gonna use it. So when we click, we want to use the function sign in. So let's continue. Now let's go to Firebase. So I'm gonna go to Firebase. Now you're gonna have the same page as me. You'll have to make this full, go to console. Then let's create a project, a Firebase project. I'm gonna call this Facebook for YouTube. You can name this everything you want. I don't want the Google Analytics, and now let's wait for the app to install. Now that we have the app installed, let's click continue. And now let's connect Firebase to our app. You'll have the same page, you'll have the same screen as me, but if you don't have, you can go to settings, project settings, and just click on this icon. But we're gonna go to the home page, and we'll click on this because it's on the front page. So I'm gonna create a new app. I'll call this Facebook for YouTube. Let's register the app. Let's wait a little bit. Now we get this command line. So I'm gonna copy and install Firebase to our project. I'm gonna create another. I'm gonna split the terminal, and then here with this, and then I'm gonna say cd. I'm gonna say cd Facebook because we want to install it in the Facebook folder. And let's install Firebase. Let's wait for this to install a little bit more, and then we are gonna copy this Firebase login info, so the keys, the domain, the project ID, etc. Now that Firebase is installed here, I'm gonna go and create a Firebase file. So at the level of, for example, next config, I'm gonna create a file called firebase.js, and inside I'm gonna paste our info, so our keys, our private keys. I'm gonna say continue to console, and let's save this first. Now inside our Firebase file, we can add some for example, we can add we can check first if we have multiple instances of Firebase running. So to verify this, I'm going to say get apps dot length, and then this is going to be a ternary, and I'm going to have initialize app Firebase config, okay, and then if not, I'm going to say get app and save. For now this is all we need, but to save some time, I'm gonna add two more things, because in this Firebase, from Firebase, we are gonna need two more things: the database and the storage. So I'm gonna say const db from database. So I'm doing this now, so we don't have to do it later. So I'm saying get Firestore, and this is a function that comes from, let's import the function, import get Firestore between brackets from Firebase / Firestore. Now this is going to be the database. The next thing to import is const storage, and this is a function called get storage, and save. Now let's import the storage, import get storage from Firebase / storage. Let's save this and let's make sure they're connected. Okay, and this one. Okay, now last thing to do for this Firebase file, I'm gonna say export. I'm gonna export everything, so I'm gonna say export app, the database, and the storage. Save this, and now we are not gonna touch this Firebase file for the rest of the video. Okay, this is all we needed to do. Now next thing to do is to go to authentication in Firebase, and let's create we're gonna get from this authentication the the login info for our Google. Okay, so the credentials from Google. I'm gonna click on Google, I'm gonna enable this, and here I'm gonna choose my email and save. Let's wait for this to load. Perfect. Now if we click edit configuration, we go to web SDK, we have this ID, so this is the credentials that we need. Well, where are we going to use this? First, we're gonna go to Next.js, and let's see something. If you go to Auth, now in Next.js, we can see from the example that we get from Next.js, we had an example with GitHub. So if you want to log in with your GitHub account, you can use this example, but we're going to use a Google example because we want to log in with Google. So I'm going to duplicate this. Oops, my bad. I'm going to say duplicate our page, and let's search the Google examples. I'm going to say Google and enter. Now the Google example looks like this. Import Google provider, so let's import the Google instead of GitHub. Now the next thing to do, Google provider, let's copy this and paste it right here. So Google provider, and the client ID and the client secret. Those two we're gonna take them from Firebase. So this one is the client ID and this one is the client secret. Okay, so let me copy this, and instead of the GitHub ones, I'm gonna paste the Google one. Let's save this, and as you can see here, we are getting this Google client ID and Google client secret from process.env. So we have to create this file. .env stands for environment variables. So I'm gonna create at the level of Firebase another file called .env.local. So this is not going to be posted on productions or on GitHub. So if I go back to Next.js, I'm gonna copy the Google client ID, and inside .env.local, I'll say it's equal with, and let's take our web client ID. I'm gonna paste it like this. Now after this YouTube video is done, I'm gonna delete this Firebase project because I'm gonna get spammed on the database. So yeah, I'm gonna delete this project after the video is done. Now let's go to Next.js again and copy this Google client secret and go to Firebase, go to env.local, click equal, and now let's copy the web client secret and paste it in our app. Now in production, when we're gonna deploy this project to vercel, we are going to need another thing. So we don't get an error later. I'm gonna do this now. So if we go, we're gonna need a Next.js secret. So this tells you not providing any secret will throw an error in production. So let's do it now so we don't have an error later. I'm gonna say Next.js secret, and here you can type anything you want. So I'm gonna say make sure I'm gonna keep this as only letters and numbers. Okay, this should be enough. Save this, and now let's close the environment.local. Let me make this a little bit bigger. And now in Next.js we can do some things. Now what we're gonna need when we'll get the sign in function, we're gonna need a page, a custom page. We are gonna create a custom sign in page. So let's say pages, and then here we are gonna mention where the sign in function should redirect us when we click on the sign in function. So I'm gonna say we want it to be on /auth. So we want to get this sign in page from /auth/sign in. Make sure you spell this right, so just as I've spelled it right here. We'll create the page in 2 seconds. Now let's continue and set our callbacks. So I'm gonna say callbacks, and inside this I'm gonna say async session, and inside this session I'm gonna say we want the session, the token, and we could add the user as well, but we won't probably use it. So I'm gonna say session.user.uid is gonna be equal with token.sub. Now the next thing to add, and this is the last thing we have to add, is gonna say return session and save. Okay, now we are done with this Next.js file for the rest of the video as well. So I'm gonna say save. This is token, not token. Okay, save, and now we are done with Next.js as well. Perfect. Now let's create the sign in page. I'm gonna go to Next.js and I'm gonna search for sign in. So sign in page, this one. This is the sign in page, the default one, but we don't want this. We're gonna style it so it looks like the Facebook sign in page with the logo and everything. So we want to create, this is a standard for the Next.js, the sign in page should be at the level of the pages. So here I'm gonna create another folder called Auth. Okay, and inside this Auth I'm gonna have a file called sign in. Okay, I'm gonna call this SignIn.js. This can be a little bit confusing because, as you can see, you have Auth and then you have Auth here as well, but this is the Next.js recommendation on how to implement the sign-in page. So we specified here, we specified in the next auth, if you remember, where is it? API auth next auth. We specified that we want to take the sign-in page from pages and then /auth/sign-in. So pages slash auth, so this folder, and then slash signin, so this one is our page. Now let's configure this page. I'm gonna copy the default one and I'm gonna paste it right here. I'm gonna make this smaller, and here we have the get provider sign in function. Let's save. And now if we go to our app, and if we say Control C to terminate our server, or just close the server from here, and then reopen, say cd Facebook and npm run dev. So let's restart our server. Let's refresh this. Wait for it to load, and now if we say slash auth slash sign in, as you can see we have this sign in page. Now it's very basic because we only have this button. This is what it's rendering, and when you click on this, you are redirected to log in with Google. Now this error is good because this is what we should see. So let's fix this. So to fix this, this is because we did not we did not set this URL for Google Cloud. So I'm gonna go to I'm gonna open Microsoft Edge because my Google Cloud works only Microsoft Edge for some reason. I'm not sure why. So I'm gonna open Microsoft Edge and I'm gonna say Google Cloud. So Google Cloud, so I'm gonna click on the first link, and here make sure you are logged in with the correct Google account. I'm gonna go to console, and what we have to do is go to this sidebar and then go to, where is it? First we have to select the project, so make sure you click on here, then you go on all, and then let me see with what Google account. Okay, so it's this one. I was just checking if I'm in the correct Google account. So this one, I'm gonna click on all, then Facebook for YouTube, and then now that we are in the correct project, I'm gonna go to the sidebar, and then I'm going to API and services, and then credentials. Now let's go to Firebase again and click save on this to make sure everything works on Firebase as well. And now in this Google Cloud, I'm gonna click on this, so 0 auth 2.0 client IDs. This is because we are in a test mode and we have to specify on what links we want our app to function. So we want it on localhost 3000. So let's specify that we want it to be used here. Now if you can see from this error, this is in Romanian. Let me put it on English. So you cannot connect because project has an invalid request. If you say learn more about this error, no, I don't think it's needed, the details of this error. So if you click on the details of this error, let's copy the redirect URI. So it's gonna be http localhost 3000 API /callback/ Google. I'm gonna copy this, and first let's add URL. First is gonna be just http/local 3000, and then the second one is gonna be the redirected one, so the full one. Okay, now let's see if we have a save button. Yes, right here. I'm gonna say save. Now let's check if this it's saved. We have localhost 3000 and localhost auth callback. Okay, so click again save, and now we are gonna need to do the same thing when we deploy this to production, because we'll have the vercel link instead of the localhost, but we'll leave this for later. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna say completed, and let's go back to our localhost 3000. And now if we say /auth sign in. If we click sign in, you can see that we have this choose an account. Okay, so I'm gonna go with my with this one, and we are redirected to the sign in page. This is normal, but if we go to inspect now, and if we click to console, and we want to see, now we have a session. So let's log our session to see what info we get from Google. I'm gonna go to the header, to components, to the header, and I'm gonna import the session right here. So how do you import the session? Well, we have in the instructions, not here, but here. So we have in the instructions, where is it? Here. We have to import the session, use session, and sign in function and sign out. So let's do this. In the header, let's import it and click save. And let's say const data session, use session. Okay, so let's use the session right here. Okay, now we can use it. So where do we want to use this session? Well, first let's just log out the session. So console log session and save. Now let's check this out. If I refresh the page, if I refresh the page, this does not show up, because first let's go to localhost 3000. Okay, so now you can see, if you go to localhost 3000, that we get this user from Google, and this user has our email, it has our profile picture here, it has our name and the user ID. Okay, that we set up, this UID we set up in Next.js. So we have this session, so we can use it in our app now. Well, let's do it. So I'm gonna say first, when we go to /auth/signin, and if we click on sign in, and if we log in with this, it does not redirect us to our main page. So how do we fix this? Well, this is very simple. So in the sign in page, we are going to say we have this button that says sign in provider.id. Only thing we have to do, it's after the ID, just here, I'm gonna say comma, and I'm gonna have a curly braces. I'm gonna say callback URL and slash. So this is gonna be our main page. Now if we click sign in with Google and click on this one, we choose our account. Now we are redirected to the main page. This is what we wanted. Perfect. Now this is everything. It's pretty much set up. So let's take the info from our Google account and update it on our page. So we'll start by going to the header, and we already imported this use session. So now let's delete this console log and let's use the session. So I'm gonna go to the right side of the header, and instead of this user, I'm going to have my Google image. So instead of this user, I'm gonna say image. I'm gonna have a normal image component, and here I'm gonna have session.user. And let's check what's the name. It's session.user.image, I think. Let me check. So if we log out the session again, I'm gonna say console.log session and save. And if we delete this image, oops, if we delete this really fast, we can see that we have to take the image from session.user.image. Okay, so let's say source equals with session.user.image and save. Now you can see we get this. Now we can say that src, but this is not the problem, because now we're getting the image from Google. So how do we know? Because we don't have the image showing up. Now if we click, we're getting this error from Google. Now for example, oops, my bad. So we're getting this, let's go to localhost 3000 first. Cannot read property user. Oh, it's because we have to question, because sometimes the session it's not defined and the user it's not defined either, and this is how we protect ourselves. So now we get this error. So let's make this big, because we are not getting the image. Because if we go to console and copy this, let me open in the new tab, we can see we have our image. Now the image is not showing up because we are getting rate limited from Google, because we are sending requests, a lot of requests from this unprotected localhost 3000. But in a minute or so, this will solve by itself and we'll have our image. So just give it a little bit of time and this will be fixed. So let's continue. As you can see, we have the image, so everything is okay. Next thing to do, we want to update not just this image, but this one as well, this one as well. And here, instead of login, we want our username from Google. So let's do this. I'm gonna go to the left sidebar. So right here, left sidebar, and where we have login, here instead of the login, let's first we want the username, so let's first get the session. Again, to get the session, we're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna copy this and at the top I'm gonna paste it, and let's import the session as well. So I'm gonna take this and I'm going to import it right here. Now we have the session in the left sidebar as well. So let's go to the login. Where is it? Login, right here. And instead of the image of this guy, I'm gonna have an image component, and this is gonna be session.user.image. Let's protect ourselves in case we are not logged in, and save. And voila, we have our user image. Let's refresh this. And we have the image right here as well, instead of the guy image. And we don't want this to be login, but we want to be session.user. Is it name or username? Let's check. I'm gonna say inspect. And if we go to console, to the object user, this is gonna be name. So not username, is gonna be user.name. Now let's protect ourselves. So question mark and save, and we have our username. This is wrapping. We don't want this, so to fix this, only one CSS line. It's white space, no wrap, and save. And now this image right here, we have to say shrink 0 because the image just got smaller. I'm gonna say shrink 0, and we have the username and the image showing up. Now we can make this image a little bit smaller. I think it's a little bit too big, so I'm gonna say width 9 and height of 9, and this looks better already. Next thing to update, it's to update this picture. So in the create new post component right here, if we go to the guy image, I think it's this one, we want to say image And here instead of the guy, I'm gonna have the normal image. So let's import the session. I'm gonna take this line of code, I'm gonna paste it right above the return, and let's import this as well, like this. And now we have the session in the create post as well. I'm gonna say session dot user dot image, save, and we have the image here as well. Now again, this it may be a little bit too big, so I'm gonna say maybe 13 and 13. Okay, 12. It's bigger because Tailwind does not have the 13 size, so I'm gonna say 12. So 12 looks good. Now what we want to update as well is this story. So instead of the rock, we want our story to show up. So how do we do this? This is a little trick. So I'm gonna go to the stories. Where is it? Stories. And since we have 5 stories, I'm gonna take this one, so the rock, we don't want it here. I'm gonna delete this, and we are gonna have only 4 stories for now. So let's add another story. So I'm gonna copy the layout of one story, and where it ends right here, I'm gonna copy this div, and above the stories I'm gonna have this new story. So I'm gonna call this my story, and save this. And we have to modify the image, so it's not going to be story.background because we are outside of this stories map. So let me name this stories, celeb stories, so we can see it. Now it's not going to be story.background because we are not mapping through the stories anymore. This is going to be straight the image. So I'm going to say let's check what the image was. So it was the rock, so the rock and the rock 20. This is going to be the rock, and save, and this is going to be the rock 20, and save. Now let's put this one here because it's the background, so I'm gonna put it here, and this one I'm gonna put it here. Let's save, and here we go. But we don't want the rock story, we want our image. So instead of this, I'm gonna have session dot user dot image. Let's save. Session, it's not defined because have we not imported? No, we did not import the session in the stories. So I'm gonna copy this, paste it. Oops, not there, but here. And I'm gonna import the session, use session as well, and I'm going to paste it here and save. Image with source, let's refresh this. Localhost 3000, local with src must. Okay, so this is this problem comes because we have to say image, a normal component, because we are getting the image from a link that is not authorized. We have to set this in Next.js, so it's simpler just to rename this image. I'm gonna click I'm gonna refresh this. And where was he? Okay, so here we have the image, so we want it here as well. So I'm gonna copy this. Instead of the rock, I'm gonna have the image, and save. This is a normal image, and here we go. We have our story. So if you have a nice profile picture, it will look nicer for you. Now I think this is everything we need for now. So we have this updated here, here, and here, and here in the stories. The next thing to do is to create the functionality that will let us upload a post to Firebase, and then take the post from Firebase, so the posts, because we'll have multiple posts, and display them dynamically here instead of me coding everything. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. So the first thing to do is to go to Firebase and then go to Home, and let's create our Cloud Firestore. I'm gonna click on Save, on click this one, Facebook for YouTube. Let me go back a little bit, and let's check if it's okay. Okay, so the Google it's okay. So let's go back to Home and click on our Cloud Firestore. I'm gonna create a database, start in test mode, and let's click on Next, enable. Let's wait for this to load. So now that this loaded, let's go to rules. Let's check the rules. These are the rules of the Cloud Firestore. So now, oops, let's refresh this. And now that we have this Cloud Firestore, we can upload our posts into Firestore. So if we go to our app, here we are gonna type the caption of our post. So let's go to create post, and then let's go to this input. Let's find it. So input, what's on your mind here. This input will have the ref, will have a ref that is gonna be caption ref. Now this caption ref will store our caption. So let's create this caption ref. I'm gonna say const caption ref that it's equal with use ref, and for now it's gonna be null. Use ref is not defined. Let's import use ref from React and save. Now when we are gonna type something inside, we are gonna have the caption stored in our ref. Now let's create function that will let us send the document with the user image, with the user, so the user image, the user username, and the user caption back to the database, so we can retrieve it in our app. Well, how do we do this? We go to above the return and we create a function, and let's say what this is gonna be. This is gonna create a data post, so just the data, not the image as well. We're gonna send only the data of the post, and we are going to add it, so add it to the collection, so the collection in the Firebase. So our data is going to show up right here, so in this collection, start collection. So we don't want to start the collection from here. It will start automatically when we add it from our app. So let's create this function. It's gonna be called const upload post, and it's gonna be equal with this is gonna be an async function, and this function is gonna be an arrow function, and there are some things we have to do. We have to create a const called document ref. So I'm gonna say doc ref, and this is gonna be await, and we're gonna get some helper functions from Firebase. So this is gonna be add doc. This is a function from Firebase that lets us adding documents to the Firebase. We'll import everything later, but let's first let's write this function. So I'm gonna have collection. I'm gonna specify the collection. Again, I'm gonna import collection after. Then I'm gonna have the database, I'm gonna specify the database, and then where do we want to post this document? Well, we want this to be posted in a collection called posts. So I'm gonna say posts, and then we want to say what we want to add. So I'm gonna say we want an object with a profile image. So this profile image is gonna come from the session. So from here, I'm gonna say session, again question mark dot user dot image and comma, and then I'm gonna say we want the username as well, so it's gonna be session dot user dot name, comma. Then we want the caption that we have just here stored in this caption ref. So I'm gonna say caption is gonna be equal with caption ref dot current dot value. So this is where the caption value is stored in. If you want to see why I've said caption ref dot current dot value, well, let's console log the caption so you see why. Console log caption ref and save. Let's inspect this, and here if I type something in, and if we go to the console, let's refresh this first, and let's type something in. Well, here we have here is the value of the use ref, and here in the current, and in the value we have the text that we typed right here. So that's why we say caption ref. So caption ref dot current, so dot current dot value. Now the next thing to add is to add a timestamp. So the time stamp, this is gonna come from server time stamp, and save. So now that we're done with this, let's import everything. So I'm gonna import the add doc first, and this is gonna come from Firebase /Firestore. So let's say import, we're gonna have the add doc from Firebase /Firestore. Firebase /Firestore, and save. Now I'm gonna import the the collection from Firebase /Firestore as well, so the collection here. Then I'm gonna import the database. So the database is gonna come from our file. So from here, from the Firebase file, we specified right here the database from get Firestore. So let's import the DB, the database. I'm gonna say import DB from where is it, Firebase, and save. The next thing to import, let's see, posts session.image. We have to import this server timestamp. So this is gonna come from Firebase /Firestore as well. Make this bigger and save. Now let's see let's see if we have to add something else. So we have the add doc, we have the collection. If you want to get these auto suggestions, you can just type Control and space and you'll get this on Windows. So we have this, we have the database, then session.user.image, we have the session imported already. The caption ref is this one, current.value, we have the server timestamp, and save. We want this upload post to upload to Firebase when we click on this post button. So let's go here and search the post button, this one. When we click on this div or this button, we're gonna say when you click on this button, I'm gonna say on click, I want the function of what is called upload post to run, and let's save this. Now if you click on if you're gonna add something and click on post and refresh this Firebase, let's see if we get the post. So yes, we get the post with this ID, and here we have no thanks, here we have the caption that we've added, then we have the profile image, we have the timestamp and the username, so my name, my Google name. Perfect. Now we can take all this info and use it in our post. So instead of this post that we created, we can add the post from Firebase. So let's go to posts. I'm gonna go to posts. Where is it? Posts. And here we are going to create a const that is gonna hold all the here we are gonna hold all the posts from Firebase. So I'm gonna say const posts and set posts. This is gonna be equal with use state, and it's gonna be an empty so let's use state is not defined. Let's import use state and save. Okay, so here we are gonna store all the posts from Firebase. Now I'm going to show you how to get the posts from Firebase. I'm gonna use a use effect. So when this page loads, we are gonna request Firebase for all the posts. I'm gonna say use effect, and we want an arrow function, and let's open the curly braces for the use effect. I'm gonna say const unsubscribe. I'm gonna call this unsubscribe because unsubscribe, and this is gonna be equal with on snapshot. So this on snapshot that comes from Firebase /Firestore, make sure you import this. This on snapshot, if you hover over it, it has a function called unsubscribe, so that's why I've said const unsubscribe. So let's leave it like this on snapshot. It's a helper function from Firebase, and I'm gonna have a query. So so we have the posts in order. Okay, so I'm gonna say query, and then I'm gonna have a collection. I'm gonna specify the collection, then I'm gonna have the DB. Now I'm my Visual Studio, it's helping me importing this, but make sure you import on snapshot. Where is it? On snapshot from Firebase /Firestore. Then make sure you import query from, let's import query from Firebase /Firestore, then collection from where is it? Collection from Firebase /Firestore, and then the DB from Firebase. Now let's continue. So after DB, let's specify that we need the posts, and then we can order by, and again make sure you import this from Firebase /Firestore, order by timestamp, and then I'm gonna say description. So this the next thing we can do in this function, I'm gonna say comma, and then I'm gonna say snapshot, and then I'm gonna have an arrow function, and I'm gonna open curly braces. Here I'm gonna say set posts to snapshot.docs. and let's save this. Use effect, it's use effect, and save. Let's import the use effect, and again let's make sure everything is imported, the query as well, the collection, the DB, order by, and snapshot. This snapshot just attaches to Firebase, so this snapshot will check if our Firebase updates. So now my computer is on fire because we forgot to add a dependency on this use effect, so I'm gonna call this DB because we only need the DB from as our dependency. Again, if you don't add this dependency, your PC will go on fire as well. So yeah, make sure you do this. Save this, and yeah, as I've said, the snapshot will make sure we have the posts up to date from the Firebase. I'm gonna click save, and now we should say console log the post, so we see if we have the post. Save. Let's inspect. Go to console. Let's go to console, and let's reload this. Element type invalid, expect a string. Likely forgot. Let's refresh this first. Okay, so the problem was, my bad. The problem was, make sure you have the useState imported, and I just refreshed the website, and the error did not came anymore. So I'm gonna save. This happens sometimes, so don't worry about it. It was a bug. Now console log posts. Now let's check if we refresh this. We're getting this RL, and here we have the metadata. We have the document, and let's see the data, the value, map value, fields, and here is our first post. So this one, DDSA, this is our comment. So now if you say my second post, and if we send this to Firebase, we're gonna get some new arrays, and here we are gonna have the first post and then the second post. The first post is 0, and then the second one is 1. So if you go to Firebase, we have the 2 posts with my second post. Okay, so now that we have all the posts, let's use them, let's render them here. So here I'm gonna say I'm gonna give this post some I'm gonna give this what's called, and give this some attributes, but first let's finish our use effect because I forgot. So there's one more line to add. I'm gonna say return after this curly brace and this one. I'm gonna say return arrow function, and let's unsubscribe. That's where I think the error was coming as well. So I'm gonna say save and refresh. Everything should be okay. Okay, that's it. Now let's give some props to this post, because we are gonna use the props inside our post. Okay, so here I'm gonna say we want a key for this, and this is gonna be post. First let's delete this, and first let's map through this post. So I'm gonna say curly braces posts dot map, and for each post, so for each post I want a div, so not a div but this post, and save. And now let's add the props. So here I'm gonna say key, it's equal with post dot id, then I'm gonna have an id that it's equal with post post.id as well. I'm gonna have a username, and this username is going to be post. And now we're getting the data in a different format. So I'm gonna say post.data.username. The next thing we want to add is user image, that it's equal with, again, with this thing. So instead of the username, we want the profile image, so profile image. The next thing we want to add is going to be the big image, but we don't have it yet, so I think I'm gonna leave it for later. Next thing we want to add is the caption, and this is gonna be post.data.caption. And the last thing is the timestamp. Timestamp equals with post.data.timestamp. Timestamp and save. Now you in case you get an error, make sure the path you get it's post.data.username. Again, it's gonna look, you want to console log if the path is correct. So for example, if it's post.data.username, so post.data.username or something like this, but you shouldn't have any problem. Now that we have these props, we can use these props inside our post component. So if we go to the post, if we go to the post, and here we can use the values. So I'm gonna have the first one through props. I'm gonna destructure this into the ID, into the username, into the user image. Then I'm gonna have the caption, and then I'm going to have the timestamp. Let's save this, and now we're gonna use this in our app, in our post. Instead of the guy image, I'm gonna say, oops, I'm gonna say image. In here, let's add the user image and save. Voila. We want to modify the name, so instead of Joe Doe, we want username. Instead, what's next? So you have the username, the user image, oh, the caption. So where is my brand new card? Is gonna be a caption. My second post. What else do we have to add? So caption, oh, the timestamp, so we can add the we can add the timestamp as well. But for this timestamp to work, we have to install another library. So this is called moment npm. So if you go and search moment npm and click on the first result, you can see you get this page. Let's copy this and let's install npm moment. I'm gonna say cd Facebook. This is a library. This is a library to help us with the timestamp that it's right here. So I'm gonna say npm I moment, and now let's wait for this to install. Now once this it's installed, we want to install another package that is called npm react moment. So let's search for let me close this, and I'm gonna search for npm react moment. and this should be the first result. Now let's copy this, npm save moment react moment, and install it in our project as well. Now we can basically close this. So now we can use the timestamp in in our post. So once this is installed, I'm gonna go to the post. I'm gonna make this smaller, and where we find the timestamp, where is it? Let me say 3 hours. Okay, so here instead of this we are gonna have a moment. So let's create this component called moment. So moment, and inside this moment we are gonna have the timestamp. First let's import this moment. So moment react moment, so here it is, import moment from react moment. Where is it? Here we're gonna have this moment, and let's say only one thing. I'm gonna say from now and save, and inside I'm gonna say timestamp. So timestamp, this timestamp we are getting from the props, so from here, and then after the timestamp I'm gonna say question mark dot to date, and this is a function, and we get this 10 minutes ago. Okay, this is 20 minutes ago, and let's add another post and say third post and add this. We get a few seconds ago, so this is working perfectly. Now I think we are done with the info and this because the last thing to add is the image, then the number of the likes, the like and comment functionality. So I think we're done with this. So let's go to the next chapter. Okay, so now let's go to the new post and create let's let the user choose an image. So I'm gonna go to new post. Where is it? Create post, create new post. And here let's create a use ref for let me make this bigger. Okay, so let's create a image ref. So I'm gonna say const image ref equals with use ref, and this is gonna be null at first. So I'm gonna create a use state for this image as well. So inside this image ref we are gonna store the image that the user will choose from their PC, but we want all the images from Firebase, so I'm gonna create a state for all the images. So const, this is gonna be this is gonna be image and set image, and this is gonna be use state, this is gonna be null, and save. Use state, it's not defined, let's import state, save. Perfect. Now that we set this up, we can go here, for example, we can go to this input field. So what's your mind, Control F, and what's on your mind. Okay, so here in this input we're gonna let the user choose its image, but we are gonna do a trick, because we want, when you click on this image, to let the user choose the image. So to do this we're gonna go to the photo/video, and when we click this div, so on click, we want, so I'm gonna say curly braces equal curly braces, and here we want an arrow function, and in this curly brackets, we want to say when we click on this div, we actually want to open an invisible input that lets us choose the image. So first let's delete this and leave it like so we don't get an error. Okay, so let's delete this for 2 seconds. So here I'm gonna create an invisible input that I told you we're gonna use on click. So let's create this input, and this is gonna be type file and save. And now we get this button. So when we choose, we can we can choose a file from our PC. But again, as I've told you, we want this to be hidden. So I'm gonna say class name, and this should be hidden, and save. This is gonna be a ref. This is gonna have a ref. So I'm gonna say ref equals, and this ref should be image ref. Let's save this. And again, when we click on this div, we want to actually click on this invisible input. So as I've said earlier, I'm gonna say on click, and then curly braces, arrow function, and now image ref dot current dot click. Let's save this. And now when you click anywhere on this, we can choose our image. Perfect. Now when we actually choose one of these images, for example, we want something to happen. So we want to add this image to state. So how do we do this? We say on change equals with add image to state. Let's close this and save. Now let's create this function. So at the top, we're gonna create a function called add image to state. So here I'm gonna say add image to state. Where is it? Create okay. So const add image to state. And what this function is gonna do, this function first has an event, and then arrow function, and then curly braces. I'm gonna create a const reader, and this reader is basically says new file reader, and save. This is a built-in function. And then I'm gonna say if. First, to explain, I'm gonna take this reader. This reader is gonna read our file, and then we are gonna pass this file to the state, but in a different form of data. So I'm gonna say if event dot target dot files of 0. So if we have an image, then we want the reader to read as data URL, and then event dot target dot files of 0. So if we chose an image, if we click here and we chose an image, then after we chose this image, we'll say reader, and we'll read the image as data URL. It's a form of data, and then we'll specify which file to read. Then after the if, I'm gonna say reader dot onload. So when this component mounts, I'm gonna say I'm gonna have a reader event, an arrow function, curly braces, and then we want to set the image to the reader event dot target dot results result and save. So now we set this image to the image that we chose. So let's check if this works. I'm gonna say console log the image. So this again is gonna be in a data URL form. I'm gonna take this one, and this is the image in a data URL form. Okay, well done. Now the next thing to do is to upload this image to Firebase, and then take the image and actually display it on our app. So first let's create a path for this image. So if you go here, I'm gonna comment this, add the image to state, and then first let's create the address where we want this image to be uploaded. So I'm gonna say path for the image, const image path, it's a normal const, and I'm gonna say ref storage. So this again, there are functions, helper functions from Firebase, make sure you import them. So storage, this comes from Firebase as well, and then we want to say where we want this image to be uploaded. So I'm gonna say I want this to be uploaded to the post slash, and then let's specify the document ID. So doc ref .id. Again, if you are not sure about all this syntax, you can find this on Firebase documentation website if you want to understand this in more depth. But I'm gonna continue and say slash image. So this is the path for the image. So let me import docref as well. So docref document ref should be this one. So let me check. Oh, my bad. This should be inside the upload post. So I'm gonna paste it here and save. So now we have the docref here. Let me check the storage. We have imported the storage, so make sure you import everything. What else? I think this is it for the post, for the address of the post. The next thing is to upload the image to this path. So let's create a function, and this function will upload the image to that address. Then what we want to do is to say then with the snapshot that I've told you earlier, I'm gonna declare the download URL. So we'll upload the image to Firebase, then we'll get a link to download the image from Firebase, and then we are gonna take the downloaded image and use it. Okay, I'm gonna say await. This is an await function. Upload string. Then inside I'm gonna have the image path that we just created. Then I'm gonna say the image that we want, so this one, that it's in state, and the format of the image is data URL, and then I can attach this or say then I want to an async function, so an async. Then I'm gonna say inside the snapshot and an arrow function, curly braces, and here we're gonna create the we're gonna declare the download URL. I'm gonna say const download URL equals await and get download URL, and then for which image, for the from the image path, and save. Now we have the download URL, so now let's download the image. So I'm gonna say await update doc, and let's specify the doc. Now let's specify the DB, so the database, and then the posts, and then the doc ref.id, and after this let's add the image. So we're gonna update the image with the download URL. Let's save this and let's check if we've imported everything. So upload string we have imported, image path, image, then snapshot, console, download URL, get download URL, make sure you import this. Image path we already have it, update doc imported, doc, let's import the doc. Okay, so not this one, but the doc, where's this one, from Firebase, then the database, doc ref ID, and this should be it. So now let's try to add a image to the post. I'm gonna say third one, so no, new post 2. Now I'm gonna choose a file. I'm gonna choose this thumbnail, so the thumbnail of the video, and now let's click post, and let's go to Firebase storage, an unknown error occurred, please check the error payload for the server response. This is because if we go to Firebase we don't have permission. So Facebook for YouTube, let me check, let me go to this, and if we go to, where is it, build storage, if we go to storage and we check the rules, you must update your project settings. If we go to the rules, we can see here that we cannot modify the database. So we have, instead of false, we have to say true, and publish. And now we should be able to add an image to the Firebase database. Let's try now. I'm gonna say again, let's add an image, Facebook thumbnail, and post. Firebase storage, and unknown error occurred again. So let's see in the storage if this worked or not. Okay, so I guess it did not work. If you go to the database, let's see. Okay, so let's go back to the storage and fix this issue. Attach permissions. Okay. Now if we go again and try again, maybe that was the problem. Say again 2, try to add this one and post. Okay, now we don't get any errors. Now let's refresh this and we get this post. So we have the image. So if you click on this image, we can preview this. So this is the thumbnail of the video. Perfect. Now that we have the image, we can actually use it inside our post. So if we go to the posts, and here we can create another props. So if we say the image, if we create this image, I'm gonna say image equals with post dot data dot image, and save. Now let's import this image here I'm gonna say img, and instead of the car image I'm gonna put it there. So instead of image here I'm gonna say we don't need that that image component, so we can say instead of this I'm gonna say normal img tag, and instead of this car I'm gonna say just image. Let's save this. Let's wait for this to reload, and here we have our image. Now those, they don't have any images because we did not add them. So let's go to Firebase and delete every post and start from 0 because some don't have an image. I'm gonna say posts, delete. Perfect. Now we don't have any post. Now let's add our first post. I'm gonna say first post, add the thumbnail and post. Let's wait a little bit, and the image is uploaded. Now you can see that we have this first post that we don't like. So after we post, we don't want this to show up. So let's fix this. To fix this, I'm gonna I'm gonna add one line of code, and I'm gonna say for the caption ref, where is it? Header in the create post. Here I'm gonna say for this upload post at the end I'm gonna say caption ref dot current dot value equals with null, and save. Caption ref dot current value equals null. Let's reload this, and if you post, I say second post, and if we add an image, for example, let's add this one and post. Okay, so we have this image of a car. Now we don't get the text anymore, so perfect. Well, when we choose for example an image, we want it to be displayed right here so we can preview it. So to do this, after the post button, I'm gonna say after this button, let's see in which div it's at. So here we have the image, we have the caption ref. Okay, perfect. So just outside this div I'm gonna create another div to show up the preview. So here I'm gonna say if we have an image, so this is gonna be a ternary, we want something to happen. If not, we don't want anything to happen. So inside we want our image to show up. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna create a div. Oops. So inside this div I'm gonna have an image tag, so img, and as a source I'm gonna have the image. Save. Perfect. Now we want to give this a class name equal with padding 4 because we want some padding around it. Nice. The last thing to do is when we click on this, we want it to disappear. So to do this, I'm gonna go to the div and I'm gonna say on click equals with curly braces, then an arrow function, and we want to set image to nothing. Save. Now when we click on this, it disappeared. So let's say, for example, caption example, let's add an image So again, this one, when we click it, it disappears. Okay, so yeah, let's for example, let me show you what we want to do. So when we add, for example, this thumbnail and we post, in the time that it's reloading, we want here to say loading. So to do this, I'm gonna create a state for the loading. Add a tab. I'm gonna say const loading set loading equals with use state, and this is gonna be false at first. So it's gonna be false at first, but when we click on upload post, we want it to be true. So I'm gonna say set loading true, save, and at the end of this function, I'm gonna say set loading to false back again. So now where it says post, it's gonna be a ternary. So I'm gonna say if loading is true, I want this to say loading, but if loading is false, I want this to say post. Let's save this, and now if we say another one, choose this one and post, we have this loading button while it's loading. So after it's loaded, it's we want this image to disappear. So to do this, I'm gonna set the image to null. Right here we have to say set image to nothing. Save. Now if you refresh and let's post again, new post, add this one. After we post, this should disappear. Perfect. Now the functionality, it's pretty much done. I think we have the image, we have the info of the user. What else we can do? Well, we can add the like functionality, the comments functionality, the number of the likes, number of the comments. Oh, and we want some padding at the bottom, as you can see. So padding at the top for each, right here, for each post. So inside the posts, I want to say margin top of 4. Very well. Okay, so as I've said, let's continue with the functionality of the likes, comments, the number of the comments, and so on. Okay, so if we go to the VS Code, and if we go to the post, let's choose post. When we click on this like, this is what we're gonna do first. When we click on this like, we want it to be blue, and to send a document to Firebase that says that this user has liked the post. So let's go to the like button. Let's say Control F, Control M. Okay, so here should be the like button. Let me change this. Okay, so this is the like button. Now when we click on this div, say on click, we want this function to run. So I'm gonna say add or like post. Nice. And now let's create this function. So at the top, I'm gonna say const like post equals like post equals with first I was thinking about what we can name this. I'm gonna say when we click on this, so when clicked once, add like to Firebase, but when we click twice, so when double clicked, we want to delete the like from database. Nice. Okay, so this should be an async function, so arrow function, curly braces, and inside here we're gonna check if the user liked or did not like. So how do we do this? We're gonna create a state for if the user liked or not. So I'm gonna create this state right here. I'm gonna say const has liked equals with oops, my bad. I'm gonna say this is gonna be use state, so I'm gonna say has liked and set has liked. This is gonna be equal with use state of it's gonna be false. It's gonna be false at first. Okay, so let's continue. I'm gonna say here after the like post, if the user has liked, we want to console that log the session that user that UID. So this is to check if the user ID is unique or not. Then it's not really important for now, but I'm just gonna let it for now. So I'm gonna say await to continue, await delete the document. So if the user already liked, we're gonna delete this document with this user ID. Okay, so I think we don't actually need to see it. Should be pretty easy to understand. So await delete doc, and then I'm gonna mention the doc, the database, then the posts, after the posts I'm gonna say the ID. After the ID I'm gonna create a place for these likes. So the collection of the likes is gonna be called likes, and then after the likes I'm gonna have the session that user that UID and save. Now after this so since we have the DB, the post ID, likes, session that user that UID, we're gonna say else. So just outside after these two, I'm gonna say else, oops, my bad, here. After I'm gonna say else and curly braces, and inside await set doc. So now if the user did not like, so this is only if the user liked already, but if the user did not like yet, I'm gonna say and clicks, I'm gonna say set doc, then the DB, the posts, the ID, then the likes, and then session that user that UID. And for this one we want to add the user's name in this likes collection. So I'm gonna say user name session dot user dot name. This is where we are getting it from. What's the problem here? Username expected got, oh, I forgot what account. Okay, so let's recap this function. useState is not defined. Let's import useState. Where is it? Let's recap this function. So first, this if is gonna check if the user liked. So if this user liked the post, we are gonna delete the like from the database. So it's like an unlike. But if the user did not like and clicked to like the post, we are gonna add the user's username to the database. So after that, we are gonna count how many names we have in the likes collection, and we are gonna display it on the screen. So if we save this, let's check if this like functionality works. I'm gonna refresh first. And let's check. I'm gonna click on like. Doc, it's not defined. Oh, okay, so we have to import all these, delete doc, oops, not that one, so this one. Let's import the DB as well. The ID we have is a parameter, session UID. We have to import the set doc. The doc already imported. Let's save and refresh and try again. I'm gonna click on like. Session, it's not defined. Oh, we don't have the session imported. I'm gonna go to create new post. Yeah, here. I'm gonna take the session, this one. Then in the post, has liked. Yeah, here I'm gonna paste this, and then we want to import the use session as well. Where is it? The create post, use session and sign in. I'm gonna go to the post. I'm gonna paste this in. Let's refresh now and try to see if the likes work. Oh my god, so session, let's import the session. Where is it? Oh, I think I'm tired. I imported it into the posts. We have to import it in the post and save. Now the session should be imported. Let's refresh and let's hope this works now. I'm gonna click like, and now let's check the likes. So in the database, first our database, in the storage, no, in the database. Okay, now it's reloading. Okay, so if we go to this last post, we see we have these likes. So inside these likes we have the user UID and with my username Andrei Barba. So the like functionality works. Now we want this like to be blue when we like. So let's say right here on the like, Control F, comment, let me find the like. So this one, where's the image? Be like. So we either want no, I don't think it's this one. Let me check. Like, oh yes, it's this one. So we have this image of be like, but we want a different one. Let me check. So the likes should be the blue like and the black like. So where are they? At B, from 25 like. Okay, so it's this one, 25 like dot png, and then it's to unlike. So these two we have to import. I'm gonna go to the post, And now let's import them at the top right here. I'm gonna say import blue like from / assets /25 like dot png and save. And the next one should be the black like from to unlike dot png. Let's save this, and now we can play with them right here. So here, instead of the be like, I'm gonna say image, and the source of the image should be either the black one or the blue one. So if has liked is true, I want the blue like .src to show up. Either ternary, this is a ternary, so if not, I want the black like .src to show up. This src, it's because it's a normal image tag, so that's why we have to add it. And let's refresh. Now if you click on like, nothing shows up. Let's see why. We have this showing up and this one showing up as well. So let's check what's the problem. Image.source like, so hi. Okay, so it's the good one, but why it's not showing up? Source has liked. If this is true, we want the blue like .src. If not, what's the problem? So we can't actually attach the has like to this div. We have to actually search in the database and see if if the user liked or did not like. So for this we have to create another function at the top, and here we are gonna check. So I'm gonna say checking if the user liked already. Nice. Let's say use effect hook. Now I'm gonna say an arrow function, and here I'm gonna say set has like, so she should be liked, and down here at the image has liked is true. Okay, so it's okay there. I'm gonna say set has liked, and inside I'm gonna say likes dot find index. So we are searching for the like in the list of the likes. I'm gonna say for each like, if the like dot id it's equal with the session dot user dot uid. So this is gonna be our ID. If it matches, if our ID matches with an ID from the likes of ID in the Firebase. So if our ID matches with the ID from the database, means we already liked this. And find index, it's a function. So this find index, it's going to look after our index. Okay, so session.user.id, if it's not equal with -1, so if it's find it if this will find, what likes it's not defined. So use effect, we have this, we have an arrow function. Oops, my bad, I said set had likes. Oh no, it's okay. So use effect, we have this arrow function, set has liked, likes that find index like that ID session user UID if it's not equal with -1. So let me check what's the problem. Okay, so we have this find index that it's from React, it's a function from React, and I'm not sure why it's when I hover it doesn't show the description, but if it finds the user ID will give us the user ID, but if not it will return -1. So that's why we've set this function this way. So the last thing to do for the likes to be fully functional, I'm gonna say when the likes update in the database, we want to update the likes in the app as well. Okay, so this is a simple use effect hook, and we want an arrow function, and here I'm gonna say on snapshot, and I'm gonna mention the collection and then after the collection I'm gonna mention the DB, then the post, because inside the post we're looking for this, and ID, then the likes, and then let's say again on snapshot, so snapshot, then an arrow function, and here we want to set the likes to snapshot, so snapshot.docs. Done. So here we're basically saying when somebody likes, we want to send the file to the database. So here we want to set the likes to, this is gonna be stored in the state. So you have to create here a const. So I'm gonna say const likes, and then set likes, and this is gonna be use state. So I'm gonna say use state, and this should be empty at first. And then we want to say const has liked and set has liked equal with use state, and this should be false at oh, we actually created this, my bad, I'm tired. Okay, save, and now we have the likes set up. Now let's check when we like something, this image shows up, and when we unlike, it disappears. So if we look here as well, we can see when we delete this disappears from Firebase as well. When we click login, nice. When we click like. Now if we go to /auth/ oops, let's if we click here, oops, let's refresh this. When we go to /auth/signin, and if we log in with another account, I'll choose this one. This is a different account, so that's why we don't have the images. But when we click like, this new user likes the picture as well. Okay, so if we log in with a different account, we get the different like as well. Okay, so you can log in with as many users as you want. So let's go back to my old user because the image is loading. Again, if you wait 2 minutes, the image for every user will show up. This is a problem just in this is a problem only on our localhost 3000. After we post this on Google, this problem will never show up. It's just because we are sending requests from this localhost 3000 that it's not secured, and we get rate limited by Google. Now let's continue. So I think we're done with the like functionality. Let's continue with the comments functionality. So for the comments functionality, we're going to create a state for the comments first. I'm going to say const comments and set comments equals with use state, and then it should be an empty array. Let's say const, I'm going to create const comment for a single comment that we use, and then set comment equals with use state, and this should be empty. Okay, now let's continue. We'll have only 2 functions for these comments to work. The first one, let's add it right here. This should only send the comments to the DB, to the database. So let's start. Const send comment equals with async. We'll have an event and an arrow function, curly braces. I'm going to say e.prevent default. So when we type the comment right here and we click on post, the page won't reload. So it.prevent default. Then I'm going to say const comment to send. So this will be the comment that we want to say. So comment. This comment is going to be stored right here, so in this comment. Okay. Then I'm gonna set the comment to nothing, because after we add this to the comment to send, we don't need this comment anymore. Then I'm gonna say await add document collection, then the DB, then the posts, same thing, posts, then the ID, then the comments. Then outside of this, I'm gonna say curly braces, and let's say what we want to send to the database. So as you can see, we have the image of the user, we have the name of the user, we have the comment, and we need the that should be it. We need the timestamp as well, so we can rank them by timestamp, but this should be. So I'm gonna say comment. This will be comment to send. Then I'm gonna have the username. This should be session dot user dot name image. Then for the image, I'm gonna have session dot user dot image, and then for the timestamp, I'm gonna have server timestamp. This is a function, so I'm gonna say save. Now let's import everything. So I'm gonna say event prevent default, add doc, make sure it's imported, collection, the DB, ID it's already, comment to send, session, is the session imported? Yes, and save this. So now send comment, we want to add this to this input. So let's go to the input, Control F, post, on click like post, not here. I love the color. Okay, a little bit more here. So on this button, I want to say on click, on click we want to post. What is the function called? It's send comment. So send comment and save. Now to set the comment to the to send the comment to the state, so we have the comment stored in the state, we're gonna go to this input where it says write a comment, and this should have the value of comment. And then on change, when we type something different or delete something from the comment, I'm gonna have an event, and I'm gonna say set comment to event that target that value, and let's save. And now we have the comment stored in the comment use state. Let's save this and let's try to add a comment. I'm gonna say my first comment. I'm gonna click post. It disappeared. Now if we go here and if we refresh, and if we go to the posts, we have the comments section appeared first time. Perfect. So my first comment, let's add another one and let's see it live on action. Second comment and post, and we have another comment. Perfect. Now let's display the comments. So now that we have them, we can just display them. So we can map through we can map through all of the comments. So to do this, we want to take the comments from the database and store them inside here in the comments use state. So let's create here another function, and the last function, when comments update in the database, update them in the app as well. Okay, so let's this is going to be a use effect. We're going to have an arrow function, and on snapshot we want to query them. So query, and then inside this query, oops, let me make this look better. So inside this query I'm gonna have a collection, and what collection? From the database, and then posts ID, and then comments. So because we want the comments, then I'm gonna say comma, and here I'm gonna have them ordered by so I'm gonna say order by timestamp. Okay, so timestamp, so descending, so I'm gonna say descending. Then we want after this one, so I'm gonna say after the this one I'm gonna say comma, and here I'm gonna say on snapshot, not on snapshot, but actually the snapshot. So I'm gonna say snapshot, and then an arrow function. I'm gonna say set comments to the snapshot.docs. Let's save this, and let's add the dependencies as well. So we're gonna have the DB as a dependency, and then I'm gonna have the ID as a dependency as well. Let's import this order by. So I'm gonna say on snapshot it's imported, query imported, collection imported, DB imported, order by imported now. Very well. Now let's console log our comments. so we have this. Then on snapshot, let's check this function again. Then we have the query, the collection, the DB, post ID, comments. Then we have order by timestamp, description. We have the snapshot, the set comments, snapshot.docs. Oh, I did not add a comma. That's why my computer is on fire. That's what the problem was. Let's save this. And now let's try to console log the comments. So let's see if we have them. Const console.log comments and save. Now if you click inspect, go to the console. Ooh, we have this going forever. So let's see. Okay, so here when likes update, I don't think we've added the dependencies. I'm gonna say an empty array and save. Now let's refresh. Oh, and again, let's check. Okay, here we did not added the dependencies as well, so this is gonna be an empty array. Let's refresh again. Okay, so there is one more, I think. Let's see. We have it here. Or is it? No, I don't think it's. Okay, so these are the posts without a comment, I think. Let me go to Firebase and let's delete all posts and create them again. So I'm gonna delete this connection, posts, delete, and let's create a new post. I'm gonna say first post, choose an image, post, loading. Now we see in action our app. Let's add another one. So first let's add a comment. I'm gonna say my new comment and post. And now let's check this on Firebase. I'm gonna click reload. We have the posts, we have the comments as well, and we have our comment. Is this I was looking if the use effect it's running forever, but I don't think so. Let me check. No, it's not. Okay, so this is coming from the post. Let's say Control F and console.log. Okay, so here we have the comments. Let me delete this, because as you can see we have the comments right here in the document, in the data, value, map value, fields, and this is the comment with the caption, image, profile image, and timestamp. Perfect. Now let's add another one. I'm gonna say second comment and post this. Now let's see, I think it's the last one, or is it? Maybe the second one. Let me add again, so I'm gonna say third one, click post. Let's check this on Firebase. So we have the 3 comments. Now let's refresh this. And in the metadata, in the documents, in the data, value, map value, fields, and here we have the caption. So the first one, only the first one. Let me check why. So comments, we should have the value of everything, so length 0. Why is that? Okay, so let's try first. Let's delete this console log and save, and let's try to go to the post, and instead of this thing, we're gonna instead of these comments, we're gonna map through our comments. Okay, so here I'm gonna copy this, and where the comments section starts, comment section right here, first comment, this is the first comment, and then the second one. We're gonna delete the second one, save, and now for this first comment, we're gonna map through the comments, so comments.map, and for each comment we want this div to show up, so the div with one comment, and save this, and I'm gonna say first one, click post. Okay, so we have a problem with the comments, so if we click inspect and go to the console, let's see. So let's check the functions at the top. Okay, so we have this curly braces, and now let's try again to refresh this. And save, and now let's try to console log the comments. So I'm gonna go to comments, console.log comments, and save. Now they're empty. Well, this was the end of the third video. In the next one, we are going to finish building the backend of our app and deploy it to vercel. If you are stuck or need help with a project, feel free to book a study session with me on Fiverr, link in the description. Otherwise, join my Discord channel to become part of our community. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. This is the fourth video and the last video of our series where we are going to build this full stack Facebook clone. In this video, we are going to finish building the backend of our app and deploy it to vercel. So let's go to VS Code. Okay, so quick talk before we start. If you ever get stuck or need help with the projects, you can book a study session with me on Fiverr, link in the description. Otherwise, you can join my Discord where you can find a community of people just like you. Okay, back to coding. Okay, now if we check the functions, so right here we can see we've said post instead of post. That's why our comments were not showing up. I'm gonna say save, and now this is one comment, the same comment for the number of the comments that we have. Now the like does not work because we have to say here the dependency that it's db, so db, and should we have id as well? I think yeah, db and id, and then right here we are gonna have the likes. Let's save, and now the like it's working back, and now we have the comments as well. Good. Now let's take the information from the comments and use it right here. So for this I'm gonna have right here instead of Joe Doe. So instead of, first let's actually do the image. I'm gonna say img, and instead of the guy I'm gonna have a comment that profile image. Save that src, no, save profile that image. Let's try image, I think. Save, no. Okay, so I think it's comment that data. So where is it? Comment that data dot image, and now we get our image. Perfect. After the image we have the username, so instead of Joe Doe we have comment dot user dot data dot username and save. Perfect. Now let's add our comment. So instead of I love the color, I'm gonna say comment dot data dot comment and save. Perfect. And now we have our comments. What's left to do? Well, now we can update the number of the comments, the number of the likes, and the number of the comments right here as well. So I'm gonna search for 372. So here I'm gonna have the number of the comments. I'm gonna say $, and this should be comments or comments dot length and save. What's the problem? We have this. Oh, we have to add this into curly braces and save. And now we have the number of the comments. Now let's do the same thing with the number of the likes. So I'm gonna go to the likes, and instead of this I'm gonna say, let me add this into curly braces. Instead of the number of the likes, I'm gonna say $. So $, curly braces, and it should be likes dot length and save. We have 0 likes. Now if I like, I get the like. Perfect. Let me check what else we need to add. So I'm gonna create another post. I'm gonna say second post. I'm gonna add an image, Facebook thumbnail. Let's post this. This is loading, very nice. And here we have our second post. If we add, oh, here 370, so I'm gonna say Ctrl F, 370. This should be the number of the comments as well. So let me take, actually I'm gonna do it manually, so like this, and instead of 370, $, and comment dot data, no, comments dot length and save. And now we have here the number of the likes and then the comments right here. I'm gonna say first comment and post this. Perfect. Now I have the number of the comments. If I add another one, oh, we can change the image right here as well. I was close to forget that. So after the input, on the input, instead of the image of the guy, I'm gonna have an image tag, and here is gonna be session question mark dot user question mark dot image. Nice. Let me go back to the header again, to the header of this post. So at the header we had the user image. Okay, so we have to use the user image, not from the session. So so instead of session.user.image, we're getting this from the props from the post. So I'm gonna paste this here. I'm gonna say save, and it's the same image, so looks fine. Now what we can do to make this even more functional, I'm gonna say when we click on this image, we want to go to the SignIn page. So let's do this. I'm gonna go to the header, and do we have the session imported? Yes, we do. So in the right side, in this div with the user image, I'm gonna say on click, we want the sign in function. So let's save this. Now when we click on this, we're redirected to the sign in page. So here we can log in with our Google account, and voila, we're logged in. Now if we change our account, sign in with Google, we're gonna choose this one, and we're gonna okay, so we don't have the user image, we have to wait a little bit. Again, in the production this won't be a problem, but let's give this a like and a comment. So hello, post. Okay, very nice, but this should not be the user of the user ref. So this should be the image from the user. Okay, so if you go to the post, if we go to the posts, okay, so here we get the user image. Okay, and this should be this one. Okay, so I think it's a problem. Yeah, this is annoying, but this should not be this image. So if we go to the post, and do we have the session imported? Yes. So this should be the image from the session. So in the input, then we find this comment, write a comment. Oh, here. This should be the image. Where is it? So write a comment. This should be session dot user dot image. And now let me check. Here on the left sidebar. I'm gonna go to the left sidebar. Oops. And I'm going to look out for my name. So user name. Okay, so session.user.image. I was going to check if this is the same. Okay, so not in create post, not in post, but in post. So session.user.image and save. Perfect. Now we should get this. Perfect. What we want to do now, if we refresh, maybe now the image did not load. This is annoying, so I'm gonna change this to this account, and now when we click on this, as I've said, we were going to the login page. So when we are not logged in, what we want to do is to add a no user image to replace these ones. Okay, so let's go and add the no user image. So this one, no user.png. we're gonna use this image in the left sidebar first. So left sidebar, I'm gonna say import no user from /assets/ no user.png and save. Now I'm gonna take this no user and I'm gonna paste it. I'm gonna say session. So if we have a session, I want to show the, if we have a session, so session, if we have a session, we want to show the session. Let me make this bigger so you can see it well. This is a ternary, so if we have a session, we want the image from the session. But if we don't have a session, we want the no user. And let's save this. Now if we go to a different account, for example this one, let's wait. Now we have a session, so that's why it's not loading. Let me go back and let's inspect this. This is annoying because Google does not give us the image. But let's go to console, and here we have the link from our profile picture. So let's copy this and paste it right here. So here we go, we have the image, but Google does not let us show it. Anyway, we're gonna do the same thing with the stories, with the header. So I'm gonna go to the header, and where is it? Here, header, and Control F guy. Where is the guy? Oh, it's not anymore. So okay, so on the right side we have the user, we have the image of the user. Where is it? Okay, here. So if we have a session, then we want the user, the image from the session, but if not, we want the no user image. So let's import the image here as well. I'm gonna say import no user from / assets / no user dot png. So I'm going to log in on my different account, and I'm going to delete my Google history so we can see that the no user picture. So I'm gonna delete the browsing data from the last hour. And now if we refresh this, let's wait a little bit. Let me make sure I deleted this in the last 24 hours and clear data. Now if I refresh, I'm not seeing the image because, for example, in the header on the right side I have this no user, so it's no user.src, and save. Now you get this image. Perfect. So let's go to left sidebar and modify this as well, .src, and save. Now we're gonna do the same thing here. So on the create new post, where is it? Create post. I'm gonna go to the image. Now after we are done with this and the rest, we're gonna create the SignIn page, so stay tuned. Let's find the image. This is boring, but we have to do it. Session. If we have a session, then we want the session image, but if we don't, we want the no user image. So let's go at the top and import no user from /assets / no user.png, and save. Again, we have to say that src right here and save, and we get this image as well. Now in the story we don't get the rock story, so let's go to the story, stories, and where we have the rock. Let me check first if we need, oh yeah, we need to add the comment, the image right here. So let's go first to the post and go to the input, where we have here session. If we have the session, we want the image of the session. If not, the no user.src. Let's go back to the top and import the image. From /assets / no user.png. Save. Perfect. Do we need it anywhere else? No, here. So here, but we don't get the name of the user, so here we have to say login. So if you go here, if you go to the left sidebar and just below, if we have a session, we want the session username, but if not, we want to say log in. Nice. I think that's it for these images. So we are done with the images. Let's go to the story. Let's go to the story. So right here. So for these stories where it says my story, if we have a session, we want to show the session. So again, but if not, we want to show the rock image, the rock image dot src, and save. And the rock 20 actually, so the rock 20, and below we want to do the same thing. So session question mark, if not, we want the rock image, and save. Make sure you add a space here, save. The rock.src, and save. Perfect. Now after we log in, let's click login, sign in with Google, choose this one. I have to enter my password. After this loads, we don't get the image from Google again because it's rate limiting us, but that's not a problem because you can see we get the image right here. Open a new tab, we have it. Let's refresh first. So it's this one, open a new tab. Okay, so we have the profile picture, but Google, it's annoying. Okay, let's continue. And the no user profile picture, it's not showing up because we have a session, so it's not showing up when we don't have a session. So let's go to the sign-in page and let's make this a little bit prettier. So in VS Code, let's go to the sign-in page, and here I'm gonna say that we have this button. So I'm gonna put this button inside this div, and at the top we want to import the header. So this is why React is so nice, because we can import the header from the components, and we get the header here as well in the sign-in page. To continue, here I'm gonna have another div with an image inside, and let's import image from next image, save, and the source should be Facebook logo. So let's import the Facebook logo, Facebook from slash assets and slash let's check in the header what's the logo. So Facebook from facebook1.png. So in the sign-in page, if you go back, from assets slash facebook1.png. Whoa. Let's make this smaller. I'm gonna say width of 32, height 32. Save. I'm gonna say 40 actually, and save. Now let's center this. My bad. Now let's center. Okay, so we get the image back. Perfect. Let's sign in with a different account first. Sign in with Google. Oh, now we don't get something is wrong. Localhost 3000. And now let's connect with a different account. Okay, so I think we've changed something here. So I'm gonna Control Z. Let me go back a little bit. You don't have to do this because I'm going back. Okay, so if you go to the sign-in page, can resolve asset. Let me refresh this. Assets slash. Okay, so slash. You don't have to change anything. I'm just adding facebook1.png and save. Okay, nice. Now if we click on Google, right, so I think we have a problem. Let me delete my browsing data. So I'm gonna say clear data, because we are not getting the option to choose from the accounts. So I'm not sure if we've changed something there. So here I'm gonna say click. Okay, so now we get the option. So let me enter my password. Okay, so let's go back. Now again, we don't get the picture, but now if you try to sign in with Google, oh my god, I think it's because I'm not logged in with my different accounts. So let me go to Google. Okay, so I logged in with my Google account, so now we should see different options. Okay, perfect. So now we get the different options. I thought there might be something that we did wrong, but no, everything it's okay. I'm gonna go to the sign-in page, and for the sign-in page, let's start designing it. Where this image comes, I'm gonna say width of 48 and height of 48 and save. And now let's center everything. I hope you were not distracted by all that, so I'm gonna let you see all my code now. Okay, so this is how it looks. I'm going to say here flex and save. Now I'm gonna say flex column, and here I'm gonna say item center. Very well. Let me make this smaller. Item center. Now we want some margin at the top, margin top of 20, maybe 16. Let's leave it at 12. And here for this button, we want to add it inside a div, and let's say margin top of 8. And let's make this button look a little bit better. I'm gonna say BG blue 500. Give it a rounded of full and save. Now I'm gonna give this a padding of 2 all around, maybe 3. Save. The text, so this button, I'm gonna say class name, text white, and this looks good already. Now if you click on this sign in now, we're gonna be redirected to choose. Now I'm gonna choose this one, and let's see. Perfect. Again, we don't get the images, but anyway. Now this app is probably done. So one thing I would add before we finish this. It's when we are in the sign-in page and we want to click on this Facebook icon, we want it to redirect us to the main page. So to do this, I'm going to import React router. So React router, so my bad, it's use router. So use router from router from next/router, but not in the sign-in page, but in the header. So in the header, I'm gonna import the router, and I'm gonna say right here, I'm gonna say const router equals with use router and save. Now let's use this router on the Facebook logo. So on click, I'm gonna say router, and we want we want this to be pushed, so router.push to slash, so the main page. So I'm gonna say this is gonna be a function, an arrow function, and slash router.push, and then curly, and then slash, and save. Now when we click on this, we are redirected to the main page. Perfect. Now let's go back and try it again. Nice. Okay, so I hope I did not forget anything from this app, but now we can upload this to GitHub, and then we can upload this to vercel. So let me go to GitHub. Okay, so here in GitHub I just created a new repository, so let's upload this to GitHub. So /Facebook, let me make this smaller. Okay, so now we can say here, I'll say git add git init first, then I'm gonna say git add all, then git commit /m, and then I say first commit. Now let's copy this, git remote add, I'm gonna paste it right here, and I'm gonna say git push. Now let's copy this git push, paste it, let's wait a little bit. And now we should have, if we refresh, we should have our repo just here. Perfect. Okay, so after we've uploaded our project to GitHub, I'm gonna go to vercel, I'm gonna go to add new project, continue with GitHub, I'm gonna choose my project. I renamed this, so don't worry about it. Then I'm gonna go to environment variables, and let's add this Google client ID. Then let's add the client ID as well, add the secret from here as well, add, and the last one is next auth secret. So copy this, paste it, add, and now let's deploy our website. Let's wait for this to deploy. Deployment queued. So this is gonna take a little bit of time. Okay, so after some time we get this error, because if we go here, error missing key prop from React.js. So let's open our localhost 3000, and let's see where we have this. So I say npm run dev, and let's see where this key prop error is coming from. Let's go to console. And we only have to add a key, and that's it. So if we go here, warning, each child should have a unique key prop. Okay, so let's check this out. Probably this is in the post. So in the post, going to the comments down below, let's see how we rendered our comments. So header, comment section, see comments, okay, number of comments, comment section, first comment. Okay, so as you can see, we don't have a key prop right here, so I'm gonna say key equals with comment dot id. So I think this should be the only problem. So now let's save this and let's refresh the page as well. Let's hope we don't have any more. Okay, we have another one. So another key prop. Okay, so as you can see, we have another one. So let's check every dot map. So I'm gonna say map, and we don't have any here. Let me make this big. So I'm gonna go here. We don't have any feed, not in header. So here we have one. So comment.id that we fixed. Then we have this one. So post that map. We have a key here. Then here we have one as well. So in the profiles. So I'm gonna say here key equals with profile.id and save. Let's see if we have in stories as well. So here we can add a key as well. So it's key equals with story.id and save. Now let's test once more. I'm gonna refresh this. And we still have this key prop issue. Should have a unique key prop. Okay, so let me go back and try to see what's the problem. So comment.id should be fine. Then here we have this, and then profiles. Let's see in the profiles. So in the right sidebar, profile.id. So we should have a div profile.id. Then we can try then to say that name. So I'm gonna say profile.name. This is not the best trick to use, but let's see if we can solve this way. Again, for this one, I'm gonna click save and let's refresh and see first if we finished. Okay, so one of them disappears. So now let's do the same thing with this one. So I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna say instead of story.id, I'm gonna say story.profile and save this. And now let's refresh one more time. And we still have it. So two children with the same key. Is because this story, I think it's because this story has a key. So I'm gonna say key here, and this is gonna be my story and save. Let's check now, because I'm not sure where the key problem is coming from, because it's not telling me. So we get these two children with the same image prop. I'm gonna try with background. And save. Let's refresh this. Now, okay, so let's see, object, yeah, it's from here, but we have to add, it's from the stories, this problem, but we have to add a story that we might have to say here at the end. We have to give this UID equals with 1, then we have to give a UID for each story. I'm gonna say UID of 2, then here I'm gonna say UID of 3, then I'm gonna say UID of 4, and let's save this. And now we can say as the key we can say, where is the key? My story, celeb story. Okay, so we can say story.uid and save. Let's refresh this, and now we don't get the key error anymore. So now we can go to vercel and redeploy this, and everything should be fine. So if we go to our projects, if we go here, and now we have to we have to split this terminal and commit this to GitHub. I'm gonna say git add all git commit /m key fixed. Now I'm gonna say git push git push fatal not a git repository or any of the parent directories. Git push. Okay, so me personally, I have to go to GitHub desktop, but you can just say git push and everything should be okay. I'm gonna commit this to main because I changed my GitHub repository because I had too many accounts on vercel, but you should not get this problem. Okay, perfect. So now let's check again in deployments. We have a new, after we deploy this, you can see I have 2 GitHub accounts, but you won't have this problem. Okay, let's check this now. We're waiting for this to load up. I'm gonna come back when this is done. Okay, so this site is uploaded. Now let's make this big screen and let's try to go to our Facebook app. Now I'm gonna click this, and now we're gonna have a problem when we click on sign in, but it's very easy to solve. So when we try to log in with our Google account, we get the same error as earlier. So let me go to translate to English. So if we click the details of the error, we have to do the same trick that we've done in the beginning. So let's copy this and let's go to Google Cloud. So I'm gonna open my Microsoft Edge because again Google Cloud it's only working on Microsoft Edge for me personally. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go to console, I'm gonna go to the APIs, so API and services, to the credentials, and now let's wait for this. I'm gonna click edit. Now let's add the link that we've copied, so we can delete everything until the vercel.app, and then here we can leave the full URL. Click save and we should be done. I think we don't have to do anything else, so let's go back a little bit. Let's try again to log in. Perfect, now we can log in. So let me add my password, and voila, we have our Facebook app. We can add a comment. So now as you can see, we don't have the problem with the images anymore because the requests are coming from HTTPS, and so we see all the avatars of the names, the likes and the unlikes, the dislikes, and now let's try to log in with a different account. So I'm gonna click here. Let me go to English. You cannot connect because project sent an invalid request. You can try again later or contact developer. Access block request from project, it's not valid. Okay, let me refresh this. I'm gonna go click on sign in details. Let me go to English. Can connect it because it doesn't follow Google Auth policy. Okay, so we are getting this problem because in our project, this is, I promise this is the last thing. We are going to the header, And at the sign in, when we have this sign in, this has to be an arrow function and sign in like a function. So now let's say git add all, git commit /m, and this is gonna be last fix. I'm gonna say git push, git push, git push fatal not a git repository or any of the parental directories. Oh, it's in my GitHub GitHub desktop. Let me open it. I'm gonna commit to main, push to origin. So after you type git push, this should be done for you. So now if we go to vercel, if we refresh this, we can see, if we log in with GitHub. Okay, let me add my account because I deleted all the history. So okay, so now this should be the last thing. Okay, so if you go to deployments, if you go to Facebook deployments, now this is building. Let's wait for this to build up and let's see. Now this is installed. Let's go to Facebook Olivier. Let's go to our website. Let's try to log in now with our Google account, sign in, and we are logged in with this account. Now if I add another account, so we have the options, because I'm logged in only with one, so let me add another one to sign in with another one. If you have multiple accounts, you will see the options as well. So sign in. Okay, now we have the options. I'm gonna choose the first one first. Now let's try to log in with a different one, sign in, and voila, we have the option to log in with a different account now. So I'm gonna comment something again. This is the end post, and yeah, well, this is the end of the Facebook clone series. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to support the channel. If you are stuck or need help with a project, feel free to book a study session with me on Fiverr, link in the description. Otherwise, join my Discord channel to become part of our community. Thanks for watching and see you in the next one.